Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is The Moonstone. Chapter 1, The Curse of the Yellow Diamond. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into one of literature's most enduring mysteries, a tale spun with threads of imperial ambition, ancient mysticism, and the unyielding grip of a curse. Before we dive into the tempestuous beginnings of our story, let us first understand a fundamental concept in storytelling, one that grips us from the very first moment and refuses to let go: the hook. The hook, in its essence, is the narrative device employed by an author to immediately capture and sustain a reader's attention. It is the literary equivalent of a perfectly baited lure, cast into the vast ocean of potential distractions, designed to snag the curious mind and pull it irresistibly into the narrative current. A truly effective hook doesn't merely introduce the story, it immerses you. It promises intrigue, hints at conflict, foreshadows themes, and establishes the unique tone that will define the entire experience. Think about this for a second. In a world saturated with information and entertainment, an author has mere moments, often just the opening paragraph or scene, to convince you that the story is worthy of your precious time and mental investment. The hook is that critical, make or break moment. It sets the stakes, even if subtly, and creates an immediate question in the listener's mind, a question so compelling that the only way to answer it is to continue listening. There are many facets to a brilliant hook. It might be an arresting image, a shocking event, an enigmatic character, a profound philosophical question, or, as we shall soon discover in our own tale, an overwhelming sense of impending doom deeply rooted in an exotic, historical setting. The goal is always the same: to create an indelible first impression, to lodge a sliver of curiosity so firmly in your consciousness that it demands resolution. It's not just about starting the story, it's about starting an obsession. It's about laying the groundwork for emotional investment, encouraging you to form an unbreakable bond with the unfolding events and the characters who navigate them. Without a compelling hook, even the most intricate plot or the most profound characters risk fading into the background, lost to the relentless churn of everyday life. This is why our opening moments, those initial brush strokes of the narrative canvas, are so profoundly significant. Now, let's cast our minds back to a specific, brutally pivotal moment in history, a moment drenched in the dust and blood of imperial expansion. Our story, and indeed the potent curse that drives it, begins on a scorching day in May of 1799, amidst the deafening cacophony of war. Imagine, if you will, the fortress city of Seringapatam, the majestic capital of the kingdom of Mysore in southern India. Its formidable walls, once thought impregnable, now crumble under the relentless onslaught of British forces. The air itself is thick, not just with the heat of the Indian sun, but with the acrid stench of gunpowder, the metallic tang of blood, and the choking dust thrown up by cannon fire and collapsing masonry. Picture the scene, the final, desperate hours of the siege. The roar of British artillery pounds incessantly, a drumming of doom against the city's ancient stones. The defenders, brave and outnumbered, fight with the ferocity of cornered tigers, their cries mingling with the triumphant shouts of the advancing redcoats. Bayonets glint menacingly in the hazy light, clashing against the curved scimitars of Tipu Sultan's valiant soldiers. Smoke billows across the battlefield, momentarily obscuring the gruesome tableau, only to part and reveal further devastation. The ground beneath their feet is uneven, littered with debris, the fallen, and the shattered remnants of what was once a proud, vibrant city. The river Kaveri, usually a serene artery of life, now seems to mirror the chaos, its banks stained with the grim realities of conflict. Inside the breached fortifications, chaos reigns supreme. The streets, once bustling with merchants and vibrant life, are now choked with panicked civilians. Flee. Maybe a series of bizarre accidents plagued him, each one narrowly missed, yet leaving him with a gnawing sense of unease, a feeling of being watched, judged, and marked. The curse was not subtle. It was designed to erode peace, to dismantle happiness, and to sow discord wherever the diamond rested. It suggested that the Moonstone, though inanimate, was imbued with the very essence of the wronged god's fury, a constant source of ill fortune and dark energy. Every whispered rumor of a misfortune befalling someone connected to the diamond would only serve to strengthen the legend, transforming it from a mere story into a terrifying, undeniable truth. It was a premonition of inescapable fate, a promise that the glittering yellow gem carried not just material value, but a burdensome, deadly legacy of divine wrath, patiently waiting to be unleashed upon its next unwitting custodian. Now, here is where the true genius of the narrative begins to weave its spell, creating a tapestry of suspense that is both immediate and profoundly unsettling. We must bridge the vast chasm between the blood-soaked plains of Seringapatam and the serene, cultivated landscapes of an English country house. Imagine the contrast, from the raw, untamed violence of an imperial war zone, where ancient gods are defiled and empires clash, to the quiet, almost idyllic tranquility of a Victorian estate. Picture a grand, elegant country house, perhaps in the verdant heart of Yorkshire, its stone walls mellowed by centuries of English weather, ivy clinging gracefully to its ancient bricks. Inside, the rooms are adorned with polished mahogany, delicate porcelain, and portraits of stern, respectable ancestors. The air smells of beeswax, dried lavender, and the faint, comforting aroma of burning coal in the hearth. Life here proceeds with a predictable rhythm: morning tea, polite conversation, leisurely strolls through manicured gardens, the gentle clinking of silverware at dinner. It is a world of order, decorum, and unwavering gentility. There are no shouts of battle, no cries of despair, no looming threat of ancient deities demanding retribution. Or so it would seem. The suspense is meticulously crafted by juxtaposing these two vastly different worlds. The Moonstone, this vibrant, malevolent jewel, is destined to arrive at this very house, a seemingly innocuous birthday gift for a charming, well-bred young lady. The residents, oblivious to its bloody genesis and the dreadful curse clinging to its facets, will welcome it as a dazzling token of affection and wealth. But we, the listeners, are armed with the terrifying knowledge of its past. We know the divine wrath it carries. We understand that this tranquil domesticity is merely a fragile shell, a thin veneer of civility beneath which an ancient, powerful evil is about to embed itself. The quiet ticking of a grandfather clock in the hall suddenly sounds ominous. The rustle of leaves outside the window takes on a sinister whisper. Every polite smile, every innocent gesture, becomes fraught with dramatic irony. The beauty of the diamond, instead of bringing joy, becomes a chilling harbinger of inevitable misfortune. The curse, born amidst the fury of a forgotten war in a distant land, now stalks the polished corridors of an English home, ready to shatter its peace, corrupt its inhabitants, and reveal the dark undercurrents that lie beneath even the most respectable facades. This collision of worlds, the ancient and the modern, the sacred and the profane, the violent and the serene, is the very essence of the story's compelling mystery, the silent scream of an impending catastrophe. Now, let's look at why this happens, why this particular kind of narrative hook, rich with ancient curses and colliding cultures, resonates so deeply within us, promising a profound long-term impact on our engagement with the story. The long-term impact of such a powerful opening is multi-layered. Firstly, it establishes incredibly high stakes from the outset. We are immediately aware that this is not merely a tale of a stolen gem, bulletin. Chapter 2, Welcome to the Mystery. Welcome, esteemed listener, to Chapter 2 of our immersive journey into Wilkie Collins's timeless masterpiece, The Moonstone. This chapter, aptly titled Welcome to the Mystery, serves as our true initiation, not merely into the plot's unfolding enigma, but into the very intricate mechanics of the detective novel itself. As your guide through these labyrinthine corridors of narrative and deduction, I invite you to settle in, sharpen your focus, and prepare for a truly profound exploration. Now, let us delve into the theoretical foundation that underpins our experience, the introduction from the narrator, which, in an audiobook, takes on a uniquely layered significance. My role here transcends that of a mere reader. I am, in essence, your interpreter, your sonic cartographer, mapping out the nuanced landscape of Collins's prose, ensuring every subtle inflection, every implied doubt, every whisper of truth or deception reaches your ears with the clarity and intent the author originally conceived. Consider me the initial architect of your understanding, laying the very groundwork upon which your personal apprehension of the mystery will be built. This is not just about conveying words, it is about evoking atmosphere, hinting at character, and setting the precise intellectual and emotional tone that prepares you for the deep dive ahead. I endeavor to embody the spirit of the narrative, to become the conduit through which the voices of the past speak directly to you, the present-day judge of their testimonies. Think about this for a second, the power of the spoken word in shaping perception. In a novel like The Moonstone, which is so deeply concerned with subjective truth, the very act of narration, especially through an audiobook, becomes an integral part of the experience. My voice introduces you to the world, to the characters, and importantly, to the inherent questions of reliability that will plague our investigation. It's an introduction designed to make you aware of the artifice of storytelling, even as you become utterly engrossed in the story itself. Now, let's look at why this happens, moving into our practical applications, starting with my specific role as your guide through the labyrinth of what is widely considered the first modern detective novel. Imagine, if you will, being led through a magnificent but bewildering museum, filled with priceless artifacts, each with its own cryptic history. A skilled curator doesn't simply point, they weave narratives, connect seemingly disparate exhibits, and draw your attention to the minute details that reveal a larger pattern. This is precisely my function in this auditory adventure. I am here to illuminate the subtle clues embedded in the language, to underscore the shifts in perspective, and to highlight the narrative traps Collins masterfully sets for us. Consider the initial setup within the Moonstone itself, where Franklin Blake takes on a similar role, painstakingly collecting and collating the various accounts. He is, in essence, the novel's internal narrator as guide, attempting to bring order to chaos. My portrayal mirrors this, acting as the external guide for you, the listener. For instance, when we encounter the meticulous, almost obsessive narration of Gabriel Betteredge, his particular inflections, his folksy charm overlaying a shrewd intellect, are presented in a way that allows you to immediately grasp his character and begin to assess the reliability of his observations. This isn't just passive listening, it's an active engagement fostered by the interpretative layer of audio narration, setting you on a path of intellectual inquiry from the very first spoken word. This brings us to a crucial point, the unique narrative structure of the Moonstone, which is built upon a collection of family papers and eyewitness accounts. This isn't a straightforward tale delivered by an omniscient authorial voice. Oh no, it is far more cunning. It is a mosaic, a jigsaw puzzle composed of disparate pieces, each contributed by a different character. To truly appreciate this, consider a real-world case study, the reconstruction of a complex historical event, let's say a major political scandal or a pivotal legal battle, based solely on surviving documents. Historians and legal scholars don't have a single, definitive account. Instead, they pore over diaries, letters, official reports, newspaper clippings, and transcribed testimonies. Each document offers a unique viewpoint, often conflicting, sometimes deliberately misleading, yet all contributing to the larger, albeit fractured, truth. The challenge, and indeed the genius, of this structure in the Moonstone, is that you are given no easy answers. Gabriel Betteredge gives us his version of events, colored by his unwavering loyalty and his quirky superstitions. Miss Clack, the sanctimonious cousin, provides her account, steeped in religious fervor and a desire for moral judgment. Each narrator brings their own baggage, their own biases, their own blind spots. This multifaceted approach compels you, the listener, to engage directly with the evidence, to piece together the events not as they are presented singularly, but as they emerge from the interplay and often friction between these diverse voices. It is a masterful exercise in literary forensics, demanding constant vigilance and critical analysis from you. Now, let's transition to another practical layer. The novel, in essence, acts as a training ground for intellectual agility and emotional intelligence, preparing us to better navigate the complexities of our own lives and the lives of those around us. However, as we embrace this profound intellectual exercise, we must also acknowledge the common psychological barriers that can hinder our ability to be truly objective judges of the evidence presented. It is easy to say, "I will be impartial," but our minds often have other plans. One of the most significant barriers is confirmation bias, our inherent tendency to seek out, interpret, and remember information in a way that confirms our pre-existing beliefs or hypotheses. Once we form an initial suspicion about a character or a sequence of events, our minds subtly begin to filter subsequent information to fit that narrative, often dismissing contradictory evidence or reinterpreting it to align with our initial thought. Another powerful barrier is the fundamental attribution error, which leads us to attribute others' actions to their inherent character or personality traits, while attributing our own actions to situational factors. For instance, if a character makes a mistake, we might immediately brand them as clumsy or foolish. If we make a similar mistake, we attribute it to external circumstances or a momentary lapse. This plays havoc with our ability to objectively assess testimonies. Then there's the desire for cognitive closure, the discomfort of ambiguity and the strong inclination to arrive at a definitive conclusion quickly. The Moonstone, by its very design, resists this, forcing us to linger in uncertainty, to tolerate unresolved questions, and to embrace the messiness of subjective accounts. Overcoming these deeply ingrained psychological tendencies requires conscious effort, a willingness to question our own assumptions, and a deliberate commitment to open-mindedness, all of which Collins demands from his attentive audience. This careful attention to the nuances of human perception and the inherent challenges in uncovering the truth is precisely why the Moonstone remains such an enduring and influential work. It transcends its genre, offering not just a thrilling mystery, but a timeless philosophical treatise on the nature of reality itself. As we conclude this profound introduction to Chapter 2, remember that every word, every phrase, every shift in voice, is a deliberate choice designed to pull you deeper into this intricate world. You are not just a listener, you are an active participant, a detective in your own right, tasked with solving a puzzle of extraordinary complexity. The stage is set, the witnesses are ready, and the mystery awaits. Your role as judge begins now. Chapter 3, The Prologue and the Legacy. Welcome, listeners, to Chapter 3 of the Moonstone, a pivotal segment we've titled The Prologue and the Legacy. In this chapter, we delve deep into the dark undercurrents that drive our story, exploring the origins of the infamous Moonstone and the convoluted web of fate spun around it. This is where the ancient past collides with Victorian propriety, where sacred duty meets human greed, and where a singular, glittering gem becomes the nexus of an unfolding drama. Our journey begins not in the genteel drawing rooms of England, but in the distant, sun-baked lands of India, specifically in a time lost to the mists of antiquity. This is where the theoretical layer of our narrative truly takes root, explaining the profoundly detailed origin story of the Moonstone itself. Imagine, if you will, a gem of extraordinary brilliance, not merely a product of geological forces, but imbued with a mystical essence, born from the very fabric of celestial events. Legend has it that the Moonstone, or Chandrasthir as it was known in ancient Sanskrit texts, was a fragment fallen from the lunar goddess's diadem, landing upon Earth during a rare cosmic alignment. For centuries, it was not merely valued for its immense carat weight or its unparalleled luminosity, it was revered as a living deity, a sacred eye of the moon itself. Its shifting, ethereal glow was believed to wax and wane with the phases of the moon, granting blessings, and bestowing divine protection upon its chosen custodians. This gem was enshrined in the innermost sanctum of a temple dedicated to the lunar deity, a place of profound sanctity nestled high in the Himalayas, guarded by a priestly lineage bound by oaths millennia old. Their sole, unwavering purpose was to ensure the gem's purity and to protect it from any mortal taint or profane touch. It was not merely an object, it was a conduit, a spiritual anchor for an entire faith, a symbol of cosmic balance. The prophecies associated with it were dire. Should the Moonstone ever be forcibly removed from its sacred dwelling, or fall into the hands of the unrighteous, a profound curse would descend upon its possessor, bringing ruin, despair, and ultimately, death, until the gem was restored to its rightful place and its divine protectors. The very air around the gem, even in its captivity, was said to vibrate with this ancient covenant, a silent promise of retribution to any who dared defy its sacred heritage. Now, let's transition from the celestial to the intensely human, specifically to the practical layer of our story, focusing on the actions of one individual, Colonel Herncastle. Think about this for a second. How does something so sacred, so ancient, come to rest in a Victorian English manor? The answer lies in an act of audacious theft during a period of immense geopolitical upheaval, the Siege of Seringapatam in 1799. During this brutal, bloody conflict, the East India Company's forces, under the command of figures like Colonel Herncastle, stormed the capital of Mysore. Amidst the chaos of battle, the plunder of a conquered city, and the widespread destruction, Herncastle, a man driven by avarice and a cold, calculating disregard for indigenous customs, stumbled upon the Moonstone. He didn't find it by chance, he sought it, having heard hushed whispers of its immense value and peculiar power. Imagine the scene: smoke billowing over the devastated city, the cries of the dying echoing through the labyrinthine streets, and Herncastle, with the detachment of his most trusted, and perhaps most ruthless, soldiers, breaching not just physical defenses but spiritual ones. He seized the Moonstone from its concealed chamber, a place where it had been moved in a desperate attempt to protect it from the invading forces. This was not a mere acquisition, it was a desecration. The act itself was swift, brutal, and utterly without remorse. For Herncastle, it was a magnificent prize, a testament to his own daring and the spoils of war. Yet, the moment his fingers closed around the cold, luminous stone, he sealed his own fate. No. Then comes rationalization, convincing oneself that the original owners were unworthy or that the artifact would be better preserved in their hands. Finally, the barrier of isolation itself, by hoarding the secret and the object, Herncastle cut himself off from genuine human connection, lest his secret be discovered or his treasure be threatened. He died a wealthy but utterly solitary man, a prisoner of his own greed and fear. Moving on to the next critical point, Herncastle's malevolence didn't end with his death, it manifested in his malicious will, a final act of psychological torment designed to perpetuate his bitter legacy. Years later, on her 18th birthday, his unsuspecting niece, Rachel Verinder, was slated to inherit this cursed gem. Why Rachel? Why this specific, celebratory occasion? This was Herncastle's final, venomous jest. He bore a deep, inexplicable grudge against Rachel's mother, and perhaps Rachel herself, seeing them as symbols of the genteel, untroubled life he felt deprived of. The diamond, far from being a benevolent gift, was a poisoned chalice, a meticulously crafted instrument of posthumous revenge. Consider the practical implications of such a will. It's a classic example of what's sometimes called dead hand control, where a deceased individual attempts to exert power and influence over the living from beyond the grave. In Herncastle's case, it wasn't about controlling assets, but about inflicting emotional distress and disruption. He knew the diamond carried a terrible history, that it was sought by powerful, relentless forces. To bequeath it to a young, innocent woman on the cusp of adulthood, at the very moment she was meant to celebrate her burgeoning independence and joy, was an act of profound cruelty. He essentially engineered a collision course between Rachel's tranquil domestic life and the ancient, violent world from which the Moonstone originated. A real-world case study might involve complex, restrictive inheritances designed to punish or manipulate heirs. Think of wills that impose bizarre conditions: you only inherit if you divorce your spouse, or if you never marry, or if you pursue a career I approve of. These are legal mechanisms, yes, but their underlying intent is often rooted in bitterness, control, and a desire to continue a personal vendetta. The long-term impact on the beneficiary can be devastating. Rachel, in inheriting the Moonstone, inherits not only a magnificent gem but also a legacy of fear, suspicion, and danger. Her carefree innocence is shattered, her domestic peace invaded, and her future forever entwined with a perilous past she had no part in creating. The common psychological barriers for someone in Rachel's position might include initially dismissing the warnings, believing that such superstitions couldn't possibly apply to her enlightened Victorian world. There's often a strong tendency towards rationalization: it's just a diamond, a family heirloom. Then comes the denial of the danger, the belief that her social standing or the protective bubble of English society would somehow render her immune. But as we will see, these barriers are quickly eroded by the relentless unfolding of the curse. Now, let's shift our focus to the enigmatic figures who embody the relentless pursuit of justice and spiritual duty, the three Indian guardians. Their arrival on English soil is not a mere coincidence, it is the inevitable consequence of Herncastle's transgression. For decades, these men, the descendants of the original priestly protectors, had shadowed the stone, their mission unwavering, their patience infinite. They represent a cultural and spiritual commitment that transcends generations, a silent, implacable force driven by a sacred oath. Imagine their journey, a step-by-step exercise in relentless tracking. From the moment the Moonstone was stolen, their predecessors initiated a multi-generational quest. They established networks of informants, followed every whisper, every rumor that might lead them closer to their sacred object. Their T. Chapter 4, Betteredge's narrative begins. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to Chapter 4 of our journey into the enduring mystery of the Moonstone. In this pivotal chapter, we step into the shoes, or rather, the well-worn slippers, of Gabriel Betteredge, the venerable house steward of the Verinder estate. It is through his unique, often whimsical, and undeniably biased perspective that the narrative truly begins to unfurl, offering us not just facts, but feelings, superstitions, and a deeply personal account of the extraordinary events that are about to transpire. Before we delve into Betteredge's meticulously recorded recollections, let us take a moment to understand the archetype he so perfectly embodies, the loyal steward. This figure is far more than a mere employee, they are a cornerstone of the household, a guardian of tradition, and often, an emotional anchor for the family they serve. The loyal steward's identity is inextricably woven into the fabric of the estate and its occupants. They possess an unwavering devotion, a profound sense of duty that transcends contractual obligations, and a deep-seated pride in their service. Their tenure is typically long, often spanning generations, fostering an almost familial bond that blurs the lines between employer and employee. Think about this for a second. Such a steward derives immense purpose and meaning from their role. Their world revolves around the well-being and reputation of their masters. Psychologically, this deep identification can provide immense stability and a clear sense of self. Their life's narrative is intertwined with the family's narrative, making their achievements, and indeed their travails, deeply personal. In Victorian England, where class structures were rigidly defined yet domestic service was a prevalent and accepted career path, the loyal steward often occupied a unique space respected within their sphere, privy to family secrets, and sometimes holding an informal influence that belied their official rank. They were repositories of family history, arbiters of tradition, and protectors of the estate's very soul. This deep, almost primal connection to service, however, also presents a fascinating study in human psychology and the complex interplay of loyalty, identity, and personal narrative. Now, let us properly introduce Gabriel Betteredge himself, the very embodiment of our loyal steward, and immediately observe one of his most endearing and peculiar characteristics, his absolute reliance on Daniel Defoe's immortal classic, Robinson Crusoe, for guidance in all matters, great and small. Betteredge doesn't just read Robinson Crusoe, he consults it, almost ritually. When faced with a perplexing problem, a difficult decision, or even a sudden shift in the weather, he doesn't seek conventional advice. Instead, he retrieves his worn copy of the book, opens it at random, and interprets the first passage his eye falls upon as an oracle, a direct message from the universe, or perhaps, from the stoic wisdom of Crusoe himself. Consider this detailed story. Imagine Betteredge, spectacles perched on his nose, pacing the hallway, a furrow of concern etched between his brows. Perhaps a particularly vexing question has arisen regarding the household expenses, or the arrival of an unexpected guest, or even just the precise timing for the annual polishing of the silver. His colleagues, the footmen, or housemaids, might offer practical suggestions, but Betteredge, with a dismissive wave of his hand, would retreat to his study, a small, cozy room filled with the scent of aged paper and pipe tobacco. He'd settle into his favorite armchair, the leather groaning a familiar welcome, and with a solemn, almost ceremonial air, he'd open his Robinson Crusoe. His fingers, gnarled from decades of stewardship, would tap the page. His eyes, keen despite his age, would scan the text, searching for a sign, a metaphor, a direct instruction hidden within Crusoe's solitary reflections on island survival, moral dilemmas, or practical construction. Sometimes, the chosen passage might be startlingly relevant. This new element, while potentially lucrative or transformative, threatens to unravel the carefully woven fabric of their established harmony, much as the Moonstone will shatter the tranquility of Verinder House. The long-term impact of such disruption, even if it brings superficial gains, can be the erosion of trust, the loss of shared values, and a profound shift in identity. The psychological barrier to adapting gracefully often stems from a deep-seated loss aversion. The fear of losing the familiar comfort and security of the idyllic past outweighs the potential benefits of the uncertain future. Finally, we turn to Betteredge's most profound characteristic, one that colors his entire narrative: his affectionate, yet undeniably biased, view of the Verinder family, particularly his beloved Rachel and her mother, Lady Verinder. For Betteredge, these women are not merely his employers, they are figures of almost saintly perfection, seen through the rose-tinted lens of decades of devoted service. Lady Verinder, in Betteredge's estimation, is a woman of exceptional character, wise, generous, and possessing an innate goodness. He speaks of her with the deepest reverence, attributing to her every virtue, even when her actions might appear, to an outsider, slightly eccentric or unconventional. Any perceived flaw is quickly rationalized, explained away, or reinterpreted as merely a charming idiosyncrasy. He doesn't just respect her, he admires her, almost worships her, viewing her as the very heart and soul of the Verinder estate. His loyalty to her is absolute, unwavering, and intensely personal. And then there is Miss Rachel, Lady Verinder's daughter. Rachel, to Betteredge, is the epitome of youthful grace, beauty, and innocence. He has watched her grow from a toddling child into a vibrant young woman, and his affection for her borders on a paternal devotion. He sees her as pure, inherently good, incapable of deceit or malice. Every action she takes is interpreted in the most charitable light. Even when Rachel displays spirited independence or a flash of temper, Betteredge frames it not as a fault, but as evidence of her strong character, her passion, her unique charm. He shields her, both literally and figuratively, from any criticism, internal or external. His perception of her is so intertwined with his own identity as a loyal guardian that to admit any fault in Rachel would be, for him, to admit a failure in his own stewardship. Consider a compelling real-world case study: the long-serving executive assistant to a highly successful, yet occasionally volatile, CEO. This assistant, let's call her Eleanor, has been with the CEO, Mr. Thompson, for 30 years. She knows his family, his habits, his coffee order, and often, his thoughts before he articulates them. When Mr. Thompson faces public scrutiny for a controversial business decision, or even a personal lapse, Eleanor's loyalty is absolute. She might internally acknowledge that some of his actions are questionable, but externally, and even internally in her conscious thoughts, she will defend him fiercely. She might rationalize his harsh words as being under pressure, or his risky ventures as bold vision. She filters incoming information, prioritizing anything that reinforces his positive image and downplaying anything that contradicts it. To admit Mr. Thompson could be wrong, or genuinely flawed, would not only challenge her professional integrity but also unravel a significant part of her own identity, which is deeply rooted in supporting his success. This is not mere blindness, it is a profound psychological act of protection, both of the person they serve and of their own carefully constructed worldview. The long-term impact of such biased loyalty is multifaceted. For Betteredge, it provides a stable emotional landscape, a sense of unwavering purpose, and deep personal satisfaction derived from his service. However, it also creates a significant blind spot. His narrative, while rich in detail and character, will necessarily be filtered through this unwavering eye. Betteredge doesn't just read Robinson Crusoe, he consults it, almost ritually. When faced with a perplexing problem, a difficult decision, or even a sudden shift in the weather, he doesn't seek conventional advice. Instead, he retrieves his worn copy of the book, opens it at random, and interprets the first passage his eye falls upon as an oracle, a direct message from the universe, or perhaps, from the stoic wisdom of Crusoe himself. Consider this detailed story. Imagine Betteredge, spectacles perched on his nose, pacing the hallway, a furrow of concern etched between his brows. Perhaps a particularly vexing question has arisen regarding the household expenses, or the arrival of an unexpected guest, or even just the precise timing for the annual polishing of the silver. His colleagues, the footmen, or housemaids, might offer practical suggestions, but Betteredge, with a dismissive wave of his hand, would retreat to his study, a small, cozy room filled with the scent of aged paper and pipe tobacco. He'd settle into his favorite armchair, the leather groaning a familiar welcome, and with a solemn, almost ceremonial air, he'd open his Robinson Crusoe. His fingers, gnarled from decades of stewardship, would tap the page. His eyes, keen despite his age, would scan the text, searching for a sign, a metaphor, a direct instruction hidden within Crusoe's solitary reflections on island survival, moral dilemmas, or practical construction. Sometimes, the chosen passage might be startlingly relevant, other times, completely obscure. Yet, Betteredge, with an impressive intellectual gymnastics, would invariably twist its meaning to fit his present predicament, emerging with a renewed sense of purpose and a definitive, albeit often peculiar, plan of action. Why Robinson Crusoe? Its themes of self-reliance, moral fortitude, practical ingenuity, and indeed, enduring isolation, resonate deeply with a man whose life is one of dedicated service, managing a small, self-contained world. It's his unchanging touchstone in an ever-shifting world. For Betteredge, this book is not just a story, it is a spiritual guide, a philosophical treatise, and a very personal confidant. Think about your own Robinson Crusoe. What is that one book, philosophy, or even a beloved mentor whose words you constantly revisit for guidance? Perhaps it's a religious text that offers solace, a collection of Stoic philosophy that grounds you, or even a single, well-worn self-help book that you turn to in moments of doubt. This reliance on an external, trusted source, especially one that has proven its worth over time, can provide a profound sense of security and clarity. The long-term impact of such a practice can lead to a consistent, if sometimes rigid, approach to problem solving. It builds a personal framework of understanding the world. However, a common psychological barrier here is rigidity or an over-reliance that prevents independent critical thinking or adaptation to novel situations where the chosen text's wisdom might not directly apply. Confirmation bias often plays a role. Betteredge will find what he seeks in Crusoe, even if he has to stretch its meaning considerably. Moving beyond Betteredge's unique coping mechanism, let us immerse ourselves in the exquisite description of the Verinder household and its idyllic setting, a scene of almost pastoral perfection before the fateful diamond, the Moonstone, makes its disruptive entrance. Verinder House itself is presented as a sanctuary of peace and order, nestled amidst the serene English countryside. Imagine the scene: rolling green lawns stretching out like emerald carpets, interspersed with vibrant flower beads meticulously tended to by dedicated gardeners. Ancient, gnarled oak trees, centuries old, stand as silent sentinels, their broad canopies offering cool shade in the summer months. A gentle stream might meander through the estate, its tranquil gurgle the only sound breaking the peaceful silence, save for the distant caw of a rook or the chirping of unseen birds. The house itself would be a grand. Consider a compelling real-world case study: the long-serving executive assistant to a highly successful, yet occasionally volatile, CEO. This assistant, let's call her Eleanor, has been with the CEO, Mr. Thompson, for 30 years. She knows his family, his habits, his coffee order, and often, his thoughts before he articulates them. When Mr. Thompson faces public scrutiny for a controversial business decision, or even a personal lapse, Eleanor's loyalty is absolute. She might internally acknowledge that some of his actions are questionable, but externally, and even internally in her conscious thoughts, she will defend him fiercely. She might rationalize his harsh words as being under pressure, or his risky ventures as bold vision. She filters incoming information, prioritizing anything that reinforces his positive image and downplaying anything that contradicts it. To admit Mr. Thompson could be wrong, or genuinely flawed, would not only challenge her professional integrity but also unravel a significant part of her own identity, which is deeply rooted in supporting his success. This is not mere blindness, it is a profound psychological act of protection, both of the person they serve and of their own carefully constructed worldview. The long-term impact of such biased loyalty is multifaceted. For Betteredge, it provides a stable emotional landscape, a sense of unwavering purpose, and deep personal satisfaction derived from his service. However, it also creates a significant blind spot. His narrative, while rich in detail and character, will necessarily be filtered through this unwavering affection, potentially distorting crucial facts or overlooking subtle clues that an unbiased observer might detect. For the family, such loyalty is a profound comfort, a constant source of support, but it can also foster an environment where uncomfortable truths are suppressed, and challenging perspectives are unwelcome. The common psychological barriers at play here are powerful. Foremost is confirmation bias. Betteredge actively seeks out and interprets information in a way that confirms his pre-existing beliefs about the Verinders' inherent goodness. Any evidence to the contrary is either dismissed or reinterpreted. Then there's cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort experienced when holding contradictory beliefs. If Betteredge were to acknowledge a serious flaw in Rachel or Lady Verinder, it would clash profoundly with his decades of devotion, creating a dissonance that his mind would instinctively work to resolve, typically by rationalizing away the conflicting information. Identity fusion is also significant. Betteredge's sense of self is so intertwined with his role as the family's protector and advocate that challenging their perfection feels like challenging his own identity. Lastly, there's a subtle form of groupthink that can occur within household staff, where a collective loyalty and shared admiration for the family can lead to a suppression of individual critical thought, creating an echo chamber of praise and approval. As we continue to navigate Betteredge's narrative, remember these layers of his character, his unique methods of navigating uncertainty, and his profound, unwavering devotion. For it is through this highly personalized, wonderfully human, and often flawed lens that the Moonstone's true story, and the profound impact it has on the Verinder family, will gradually, and sometimes painfully, be revealed. His perspective, while biased, is invaluable, offering us a glimpse into the heart of a home and the quiet, enduring loyalty that often underpins its very existence. I believe this deep dive into Betteredge's world provides a strong foundation for understanding his crucial role in the Moonstone and the intricate psychological dimensions that make his narrative so compelling. Join us next as Betteredge's story truly begins, and the shadow of the Moonstone starts to fall upon the idyllic Verinder house. Chapter 5, Franklin Blake returns. Welcome back, dear listener, as we delve deeper into the intricate web of mystery and human emotion woven within Wilkie Collins's masterful narrative, The Moonstone. We now arrive at Chapter 5, a pivotal moment where the true catalyst for the unfolding drama makes his grand, if somewhat unceremonious, entrance. Franklin Blake returns. This chapter is not merely a segment of the plot, it is a profound exploration of destiny, desire, and the disruption of a perfectly ordered world by a single, glittering object. The theoretical layer, the hero and the diamond. To truly appreciate the significance of Franklin Blake's return and the moonstone he carries, we must first immerse ourselves in the archetypal relationship between the hero and the diamond. Think about this for a second. Throughout human history, across countless cultures and mythologies, there exists a profound fascination with objects of immense value, often imbued with supernatural or cursed properties. The diamond, in particular, stands as a potent symbol. It is born of immense pressure and time, radiating beauty, yet often concealing a dark history, an untold story of avarice, ambition, and often, bloodshed. The hero, in this context, is not merely a protagonist but an individual destined, or perhaps doomed, to interact with this powerful artifact. Joseph Campbell's monomyth, The Hero's Journey, speaks of the call to adventure, and here, for Franklin Blake, the call comes not as a heroic quest, but as a familial duty, to deliver an inheritance. Yet, the diamond he carries, the infamous Moonstone, transforms this mundane task into an unwitting plunge into the extraordinary. Franklin, initially portrayed as a somewhat cosmopolitan, detached young man, embodies the reluctant hero. He is modern, rational, perhaps even a touch cynical, and he arrives scoffing at the superstitions surrounding the gem. However, the diamond itself acts as a crucible, testing his beliefs, forcing him to confront the limits of his understanding, and ultimately forging him into the very hero or perhaps the central figure of this unfolding tragedy. The diamond in this narrative isn't just a pretty stone, it's a living entity, or at least, it possesses a malevolent will that shapes the destinies of those who come into contact with it. It represents concentrated power, a tangible manifestation of fate, and an irresistible magnet for human desire and avarice. Its presence exposes the hidden facets of character, eroding trust, igniting passions, and shattering the serene tranquility of the Verinder household. The hero, Franklin Blake, becomes the reluctant vessel for this disruption. His arrival is not just the arrival of a person, it is the arrival of destiny, carried in a secure, yet ultimately vulnerable, setting. He is the unwitting messenger of an ancient curse, a man of enlightenment bringing an object of archaic darkness into the heart of an English country estate. This juxtaposition is the very essence of the unfolding drama, inviting us to ponder how easily the rational world can be pierced by the inexplicable. Practical layer, exploring the narrative points now. Let's look at why this happens and how these theoretical underpinnings manifest in the practical unfolding of our story. 1. Describe the arrival of Franklin Blake, Rachel's cousin, and the deliverer of the Moonstone. Imagine, if you will, the quiet, predictable rhythm of a grand English country house, a place where time seems to stretch lazily, governed by tradition and the gentle turning of the seasons. Then, picture a sudden, decisive breach in that calm. Franklin Blake's arrival is precisely this. He doesn't merely step off a train, he descends upon the Verinder estate like a meteor, carrying not just luggage, but the very instrument of its future upheaval. His appearance is striking, not in a flashy sense, but in its very blend of English reserve and continental flair. Betteredge, our dutiful steward and narrator, describes him with meticulous detail, noting his youth, his handsome features, and that indefinable air of. The servants, accustomed to routine, observe him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He greets them with an easy, if somewhat distant, charm. but the true weight of his arrival is not felt until he unveils the Moonstone. The act itself is understated, yet pregnant with significance. He doesn't dramatically brandish it, rather, he presents it as an object of inheritance, a peculiar item from his late uncle's will, a token, perhaps, of a shared family history. Now, for a practical case study. Think of a meticulous, well-ordered corporate team, perhaps working on a long-term, stable project. Imagine a new, highly charismatic project manager arrives, tasked with introducing a radical, high-stakes new technology. This person, like Franklin, might be highly competent, charming, and outwardly respectful of existing structures. However, their very presence, the very nature of their assignment, instantly shifts the team dynamics. Their ideas, their energy, their very newness acts as a potent catalyst. Subtly, conversations change. Old protocols are questioned. The stable equilibrium is disturbed, not through overt conflict, but simply by the introduction of a new, powerful element. The Moonstone in this analogy is the disruptive new technology, and the new project manager is Franklin Blake. Their arrival is a harbinger of inevitable transformation, whether for better or for worse. The initial pleasantries hide the underlying current of change, much like the pleasantries exchanged upon Franklin Blake's arrival mask the profound upheaval he unknowingly carries with him. To explore the immediate romantic tension between Franklin and Rachel. From the very first exchange of glances, the air crackles with an undeniable, electric energy between Franklin Blake and Rachel Verinder. It is not an overt, dramatic declaration, but a subtle, unfolding magnetism, a delicate dance of wit, observation, and unspoken understanding. Rachel, portrayed as a spirited and beautiful young woman, is not easily impressed. She possesses a keen mind and an independent spirit, which Franklin, with his cultivated charm and intelligent repartee, finds immediately captivating. Their conversations are more than mere pleasantries, they are sparring matches, playful jests of intellect that reveal a deeper connection beneath the surface. He challenges her, and she, in turn, is intrigued by his unconventional perspectives. There's a chemistry born of intellectual equality and mutual admiration, infused with the undeniable pull of youthful attraction. The author, through Betteredge's shrewd but slightly bewildered observations, masterfully depicts this burgeoning romance. Betteredge notes Rachel's flushed cheeks, the brightness in her eyes when Franklin speaks, the way her laughter rings out more freely in his presence. Franklin, for his part, seems to shed some of his cosmopolitan detachment when engaging with Rachel, revealing a warmth and genuine interest that surprises even himself. For a practical exercise, let's consider the concept of instantaneous rapport in human interaction. Imagine two individuals meeting for the first time at a social gathering. Observe their nonverbal cues. Step 1. Eye contact. Do their gazes linger slightly longer than typical? Do their eyes light up when they meet? Step 2. Body language. Do they subtly mirror each other's postures or gestures? Is there an openness, a lean towards each other, even when conversing in a group? Step 3. Verbal exchanges. Is there a natural rhythm to their conversation? Do they finish each other's sentences, or quickly understand unspoken implications? Is there a shared sense of humor that others might not fully grasp? Step 4. Energy shift. Does the overall atmosphere around them seem to brighten or become more animated? Are they drawn back to each other throughout the event? These are precisely the subtle cues that signal the immediate romantic tension between Franklin and Rachel. Their connection is not forced, it feels organic, almost fated, adding another layer of complexity and vulnerability. Step 1. Introduce a known, unresolved tension. Prior to the event, two key family members have had a significant, unresolved argument, or there's a looming financial crisis that everyone knows about but no one is openly discussing. Step 2. Observe social performance. Notice how everyone attempts to act normal. Smiles might seem a bit too wide, laughter a little too loud, or conversations overly casual and superficial. Step 3. Identify micro-behaviors. Look for subtle cues, averted glances, hushed whispers, people congregating in smaller, more exclusive groups, sudden silences when certain topics arise, an increased consumption of alcohol to ease nerves, or a tendency to gravitate towards the most neutral, unthreatening individuals. Step 4. Analyze the atmosphere. Despite the superficial cheer, does the air feel heavy? Is there an underlying current of anxiety that prevents genuine relaxation or spontaneous joy? This exercise highlights how even the most determined efforts to celebrate can be profoundly undermined by an omnipresent, unspoken dread. Rachel's birthday, with its glittering gem and its lurking shadows, perfectly encapsulates this very psychological state, setting the stage for the dramatic events that are just hours away. Philosophical layer, long-term impact and psychological barriers. The events described in Chapter 5, while seemingly a series of introductions and initial observations, lay the groundwork for profound, long-term impacts, both on the characters and on the very fabric of their lives. The arrival of Franklin Blake and the Moonstone is not a transient incident, it is a seismic shift that irrevocably alters every person connected to the Verinder household. Long-term impact. Consider the long-term impact of such an object on a family, a community, or even an individual's psyche. The Moonstone, a tangible representation of desire and danger, shatters the innocent peace of the Verinder estate. Trust, once implicitly given, becomes a rare and fragile commodity. Secrets proliferate, suspicions fester, and the once clear lines between friend and foe blur into a dangerous ambiguity. The very notion of security is annihilated. Lives are thrown into chaos, reputations are ruined, and hearts are broken. Franklin Blake, once a detached observer of the world, is pulled into a vortex of events that force him to confront his deepest beliefs and fears. Rachel Verinder, vibrant and independent, is forced to endure suspicion, heartache, and public scandal. Even the steadfast Betteredge is profoundly affected, his faith in the old order shaken to its core. The Moonstone becomes a permanent scar, a reminder of lost innocence and the brutal intrusion of the exotic and the dangerous into their sheltered lives. It doesn't just pass through, it leaves behind a wake of psychological trauma that profoundly shapes the destinies of all involved, creating a narrative of enduring suffering and redemption. Common psychological barriers. The unfolding drama also brilliantly illustrates common psychological barriers that prevent individuals from recognizing and responding to impending danger. One significant barrier is the human tendency towards rationalization and skepticism. Franklin Blake, initially, is dismissive of the curse, viewing it as superstition. This is a very common human trait. We prefer logical explanations, often rejecting anything that challenges our established worldview. It's easier to believe in coincidence than in fate, in human malice than in a supernatural curse. This skepticism, while often healthy, can also blind us to genuine threats when they operate outside our conventional understanding. Another barrier is the comfort of routine and the desire for normalcy. Despite the growing unease, the Verinder household attempts to maintain its usual social engagements, particularly Rachel's birthday celebration. There's a powerful human impulse to cling to routine, to pretend that everything is fine, even when external evidence suggests otherwise. This resistance to acknowledging profound danger until it is you. Chapter 6, The Birthday Dinner. Welcome back, dear listener, as we delve deeper into the intricate web of mystery surrounding the fabled Moonstone. Tonight, we arrive at a pivotal moment, a night drenched in both celebratory cheer and insidious dread. Chapter 6, aptly titled The Birthday Dinner. This particular chapter is not merely a social gathering, it is the crucible in which the future events of this gripping tale are forged. Let us first set a theoretical stage, contemplating the night of the crime not just as an isolated incident, but as the culmination of countless subtle forces, a tapestry woven from human desires, vulnerabilities, and the relentless march of fate. Think about this for a second. A crime is rarely a spontaneous eruption. More often, it is a slow burn, a gathering storm. The night the Moonstone vanishes is precisely that, a perfect storm of circumstances, carefully orchestrated by unseen hands or perhaps, simply, by the fickle hand of chance interacting with human nature. It is a night when the ordinary blurs into the extraordinary, when trust is silently corroded, and when a single, dazzling jewel becomes the focal point for an unfolding tragedy. The atmosphere preceding such an event is often charged with an almost imperceptible tension, a feeling that something significant, perhaps irreversible, is about to transpire. There are undercurrents of jealousy, whispers of ancient curses, and the undeniable magnetism of immense wealth and power concentrated in a single object. This particular night, therefore, serves as the dramatic fulcrum, the point of no return from which the narrative plunges into its most thrilling and perplexing depths. Every interaction, every glance, every careless word, contributes to the dense, foreboding air that will ultimately suffocate the innocence of the preceding days. Now, let us transition from the theoretical to the intensely practical, stepping directly into the richly adorned dining room of Lady Verinder's estate. The dinner party itself was a spectacle of Victorian elegance and social stratification. Picture, if you will, the long, polished mahogany table, gleaming under the soft, warm glow of numerous candles and gaslights. Silverware, meticulously arranged, reflected the light like tiny beacons. Fine china, delicately painted, held courses of exquisite food, a testament to Lady Verinder's refined taste and considerable wealth. The air was thick with the murmur of polite conversation, the clinking of glasses, and the occasional, hushed laughter. Yet, beneath this veneer of sophisticated conviviality, there was a subtle undercurrent of anticipation, a nervous energy that transcended the usual excitement of a birthday celebration. It was not merely a gathering of friends and family, it was an assembly of distinct personalities, each bringing their own motivations, biases, and secrets to the table. The conversation flowed, light and airy on the surface, discussing local gossip, recent travels, and the pleasantries of the season, but every now and then, a sharper edge, a more pointed remark, would cut through the genteel facade, hinting at the deeper complexities beneath. Among the distinguished guests, two figures stood out, destined to play pivotal roles in the unfolding drama, Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite and Dr. Ezra Candy. Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite, a cousin to Rachel, was a man whose very presence exuded an aura of sanctimonious charm. He was the quintessential philanthropic Victorian gentleman, always ready with a benevolent smile, a well-placed compliment, and a pocket full of subscriptions to charitable causes. He possessed an almost theatrical grace, his gestures fluid, his voice resonating with an earnest sincerity that was disarmingly persuasive. He was the darling of society, admired for his tireless efforts for the poor and the downtrodden, often delivering moving speeches at public events. One might imagine him, during dinner, regaling guests with anecdotes of his latest good deeds, perhaps subtly inviting others to contribute to his noble endeavors, all while maintaining an impeccable, almost too perfect, demeanor. He represented the outwardly moral compass of the era, yet, as we will discover, appearances can be profoundly deceiving. His very smoothness, his almost unblemished public image, should perhaps, in hindsight, have raised a flicker of suspicion. Then there was Dr. Ezra Candy, a complete contrast. An elderly physician, steeped in the traditional practices of medicine, he was a figure of delightful eccentricity and proud, old-fashioned views. Dr. Candy was not a man to mince words, nor one to readily accept newfangled ideas. His medical philosophy was rooted in time-honored remedies and a profound skepticism towards anything he considered modern charlatanry. He was amiable enough, but possessed a touchy pride regarding his profession, especially when challenged. During the dinner, he might have been observed holding court on the superiority of leeches over new surgical techniques, or the infallible wisdom of ancient herbal cures compared to synthetic pharmaceuticals. He represented the stubborn, venerable past, clinging resolutely to his convictions, even in the face of burgeoning scientific advancement. His disposition, while outwardly harmless, held a peculiar significance for the events of the night. The true star of the evening, however, was not a person, but an object. Rachel Verinder, radiant and vivacious on her 18th birthday, descended for dinner wearing the infamous Moonstone. Now, imagine its splendor. It was not merely a jewel, it was a living, breathing entity, a colossal diamond of extraordinary purity and an almost otherworldly luminescence. As Rachel moved, the Moonstone caught the light, refracting it into 1,000 dancing prisms, casting ethereal glows across her dress, her hair, her very skin. It seemed to pulse with an inner fire, drawing every eye in the room to its magnificent presence. The effect it had on everyone was profound and multifaceted. For some, it evoked sheer awe at its beauty and immense value. For others, it stirred a subtle thrill of covetousness, a whisper of illicit desire. There was a palpable shift in the room's atmosphere the moment Rachel entered, as if the Moonstone itself possessed an undeniable, almost hypnotic power. Its storied past, its association with ancient curses and sacred rituals, lent it an almost menacing grandeur, transforming Rachel from a beloved young woman into a temporary custodian of a legendary artifact, a conduit for its potent, dangerous energy. The diamond was a beacon, draw in. If you believe someone is inherently good, you'll dismiss evidence that suggests otherwise. Conversely, if you already harbor a suspicion, every ambiguous action will seem to confirm it. Then there's selective perception, where individuals only register information that aligns with their expectations or desires, unconsciously filtering out contradictory details. In a celebratory atmosphere like Rachel's birthday dinner, people are primed to expect joy and good cheer, making them less likely to notice subtle signs of deceit or malice. The comfort of routine also plays a significant role. When things are generally predictable, people assume they will continue to be so, making them blind to deviations. Furthermore, the human tendency to believe the best of those we know, especially family or respected figures like Godfrey Ablewhite, acts as a powerful barrier. It's incredibly difficult for us to accept that someone close, someone we admire, could be capable of such a heinous act. This inherent reluctance to face uncomfortable truths, coupled with the way fear and anxiety can cloud judgment, often leads to rationalizations and dismissals of warning signs, ultimately allowing the real culprit to operate undetected for longer than seems logically possible. These cognitive biases are not weaknesses of character, but fundamental aspects of human perception, and they are expertly exploited by those with nefarious intentions. Listener reflection: take a moment to consider how often in our own lives we might fall prey to these very psychological barriers. Think of a time when you or someone you know was surprised by an unexpected turn of events, only to later realize that the signs were there all along, if only they had been interpreted differently. How do our preconceived notions shape what we see and what we miss? And how does a single, dramatic event ripple through the fabric of a community, transforming not just individuals, but the very nature of their collective existence? As we prepare for the next chapter, remember that the night of the crime is not merely a single act, but a profound and multifaceted consequence of all that has come before, and a harbinger of all the intricate mysteries yet to unfold. Chapter 7: The Diamond is Gone. Chapter 7: The Diamond is Gone. The first light of dawn, that deceptively innocent glow, crept across the tranquil English countryside, promising a beautiful, ordinary new day. Yet, within the hallowed walls of Verinder House, this particular morning was destined to be anything but ordinary. It would become etched into the memory of every inhabitant as the terrifying commencement of a nightmare, a descent into suspicion, accusation, and profound despair. The celebratory echoes of Rachel Verinder's 21st birthday party, those joyful sounds of laughter and music, were abruptly, brutally silenced by a single, horrifying revelation: the Moonstone, the fabled, immensely valuable, and notoriously cursed Indian diamond, had vanished. Let us delve into the discovery in profound detail. The initial moments of realization are often shrouded in a thick fog of disbelief. It was Penelope, Rachel's maid, who first entered the young mistress's boudoir, her usual morning duties transformed into an unwitting preamble to catastrophe. She went to retrieve the diamond, which Rachel had, by all accounts, placed securely in her cabinet before retiring. But the cabinet, usually a bastion of security, stood open. Not forced, not pride, but simply, disturbingly ajar. The initial flicker of concern morphed into a cold dread as Penelope peered inside. The elegant velvet-lined receptacle, specifically designed for the Moonstone, lay empty. A frantic, desperate search ensued, under furniture, behind curtains, within drawers already meticulously checked. Every nook and cranny of the tastefully appointed room was scrutinized with growing panic, but to no avail. The shimmering, brilliant jewel, the focal point of yesterday's festivities, was gone. Think about this for a second: the sheer, crushing weight of such a discovery. It isn't merely the loss of an object, it's the shattering of security, the violation of a private space, the immediate, inescapable implication of treachery. The very air in the room thickens with unspoken questions: how? When? And most chillingly, who? The initial shock gives way to a rapid-fire succession of emotions: fear, anger, confusion, and a burgeoning sense of betrayal. It is a moment of profound transformation, where the familiar world suddenly becomes a landscape of potential threats. The mind, grasping for logic in the face of the illogical, cycles through possibilities, each one more alarming than the last. Was it an outsider, a cunning thief who somehow breached the celebrated security of Verinder House? Or, a far more insidious thought, was it someone within? This uncertainty, this deep-seated doubt, is the first poison to seep into the household's harmonious existence. Now, let's look at why this happens. The immediate, practical impact of such a discovery ripples through a household like a seismic shock wave. The morning after the birthday, instead of the gentle clatter of breakfast preparations and polite conversation, the house was consumed by utter chaos. The news spread like wildfire among the servants, igniting a storm of whispered conjectures, wide-eyed alarm, and thinly veiled accusations. Footmen and housemaids, usually diligently engaged in their respective duties, stood huddled in frightened groups, their efficiency replaced by a frantic energy of speculation. Cooks burned breakfast, cleaners dropped brooms. The very pulse of the house quickened to an erratic, fearful beat. Lady Verinder, usually so composed, was seen pacing the grand hallways, her face pale and drawn, her hands clasped tightly. Franklin Blake, the charismatic guest of honor and Rachel's cousin, was a whirlwind of frustrated energy, his usually calm demeanor replaced by a taut anxiety as he attempted to piece together the fractured narrative of the night. Guests, who had lingered after the party, now found themselves embroiled in an unfolding domestic drama, their pleasant morning strolls replaced by an atmosphere charged with suspicion. Every glance became a loaded inquiry, every hushed conversation a potential source of revelation. His interview techniques were rudimentary. He asked broad questions, accepted vague answers, and seemed ill-equipped to press for details or perceive evasions. He questioned the servants with an air of dismissive skepticism, treating them as a homogeneous group of potential culprits rather than individuals with distinct perspectives. He overlooked subtle clues, dismissed conflicting testimonies, and seemed more intent on demonstrating his authority than on meticulously uncovering the truth. His very presence, while ostensibly professional, only served to underscore the monumental inadequacy of the local force to handle a theft of the Moonstone's magnitude and mystery. He was out of his depth, a fact painfully apparent to Franklin Blake, who possessed a far keener investigative mind and a deeper understanding of human nature. Now, let's look at why this happens. In many real-world scenarios, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, local law enforcement agencies may lack the specialized training, resources, and experience required for complex, high-value theft cases. Imagine a small-town police department, accustomed to dealing with minor burglaries or domestic disputes, suddenly confronted with a sophisticated art theft involving international implications. Their officers, while well-meaning and dedicated, might not have access to forensic experts, behavioral profilers, or advanced surveillance technology. They might follow standard protocols that are simply insufficient for the unique challenges of the crime. Their questioning style might be geared towards eliciting confessions for simple transgressions, rather than building a complex evidentiary chain. This can lead to critical missteps, potential witnesses are alienated, evidence is overlooked, and false leads consume valuable time and resources. The investigation might become tunnel-visioned, fixating on the most obvious suspect or theory, ignoring contradictory evidence that doesn't fit the convenient narrative. This failure to adapt, to recognize the limits of one's own expertise, is a common pitfall and can severely hamper the chances of solving a complex crime, leaving a lasting legacy of doubt and unresolved justice. Perhaps the most perplexing and emotionally charged aspect of the unfolding drama was Rachel's inexplicable behavior. Here was the birthday girl, the rightful owner of the stolen gem, yet she was anything but a cooperative victim. Her initial reaction to Franklin Blake's attempts to discuss the theft was one of furious anger, a raw, uncharacteristic display of hostility. She refused point-blank to speak to him, her face a mask of indignation and resentment. This wasn't the sorrow of loss, nor the fear of violation, that one might expect. Instead, it was an icy, unyielding fury directed precisely at the person who was most concerned, most eager to help her, and indeed, most deeply fond of her. Her eyes flashed with an unspoken accusation, her demeanor radiating a conviction of wrongdoing that seemed entirely misdirected. She retreated into a shell of obstinacy, locking away her thoughts and feelings, turning a cold shoulder to anyone who dared to question her or offer solace. Her refusal to engage with Franklin, especially given their close relationship and his obvious devotion, was utterly bewildering, throwing a thick veil of mystery over the entire affair. It made no logical sense, it defied all expectations of how a victim, particularly one of Rachel's usually open and trusting disposition, ought to behave. This enigmatic response added another layer of complexity to an already baffling crime, making Franklin, and indeed the reader, question not just the theft, but Rachel herself. Consider the psychological underpinnings here. Why would a victim react with anger and uncooperativeness, especially towards someone trying to help? This can often stem from a complex interplay of shame, guilt, or even a hidden secret. For instance, in real-world scenarios, victims of certain crimes might internalize blame, feeling ashamed or embarrassed by their perceived. The event becomes a defining moment, an irreversible turning point that shapes the destiny of everyone connected to Verinder House, marking a stark division between before and after. Common psychological barriers, in a situation like this, are myriad and profound. Denial, for instance, can prevent individuals from confronting unpleasant truths or accepting the involvement of someone close to them. Confirmation bias leads investigators and individuals to seek out and interpret evidence that confirms their existing beliefs about who is guilty, often overlooking contradictory facts. Projection, where one attributes their own undesirable feelings or impulses to another person, can manifest as wrongful accusations or an inability to see one's own biases. Selective memory, whether conscious or subconscious, can alter recollections to fit a preferred narrative or to avoid painful realities. Fear of consequences, not just for oneself but for loved ones, can lead to silence, evasiveness, or outright deception, hindering the pursuit of truth. Protecting others, driven by loyalty or love, can compel individuals to withhold crucial information or even fabricate stories. All these human frailties become formidable obstacles in the path of justice, obscuring the truth and prolonging the suffering caused by the crime. The Moonstone, in its absence, reveals not just a thief, but the deeply flawed and complex psychological landscape of humanity itself. Chapter 8, Enter Sergeant Cuff. Welcome back to our continuing journey through the intricate world of the Moonstone. In this chapter, we delve into a pivotal moment, a turning point in our narrative, as we introduce a character who embodies the very essence of meticulous investigation, Sergeant Cuff. This chapter, Enter Sergeant Cuff, is more than just an introduction. It is a profound exploration of what it means to truly observe, to deduce, and to navigate the often murky waters of human truth. Before we meet Sergeant Cuff, let us first establish a theoretical framework for understanding his significance. We must talk about the great detective. What precisely does this archetype represent? Think about this for a second. The great detective is not merely a solver of crimes, they are a master of intellectual combat, a sage of observation, a high priest of deduction. Their mind operates on a different plane, processing minutiae that others dismiss, connecting dots that remain invisible to the untrained eye. This figure, often eccentric, sometimes reclusive, possesses an almost supernatural ability to peel back layers of deception, revealing the stark, unvarnished truth beneath. Historically, the archetype of the great detective finds its roots in figures like Edgar Allan Poe's See Auguste Dupin, with his profound ratiocination, and later, more famously, in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes, who elevated the science of deduction to an art form. These detectives are characterized by several key traits: an unparalleled intellect, often coupled with a vast, if sometimes specialized, knowledge base, an almost superhuman power of observation, where nothing, absolutely nothing, escapes their notice, a methodical approach that rejects shortcuts and superficial conclusions, and an often quirky personality that sets them apart from the mundane world. They are the ultimate problem solvers, the guardians of logic in a world often swayed by emotion and prejudice. Their role is not just to find the culprit, but to restore order, to re-establish a sense of justice, and sometimes, even to reveal deeper truths about human nature itself. The psychology of such a detective is fascinating, a mind constantly analyzing, dissecting, and reassembling information, often detached from the emotional tumult of a case, seeing it more as an intellectual puzzle than a human tragedy, at least on the surface. They combine flashes of intuition with rigorous logical chains, blending the art of insight with the science of empirical evidence. Now, let us turn our attention to the practical implications of this archetype as we encounter Sergeant Cuff from Scotland Yard. He is introduced as a man of modest stature, with a keen, observant gaze, a lover of roses, and a strikingly sharp mind. Imagine him stepping into the chaos of the Verinder household, not with a flourish, but with a quiet, almost unassuming presence. His passion for roses isn't just a quirky detail, it's a window into his methodical nature. Consider a scenario: Cuff arrives at a seemingly ordinary crime scene, perhaps a ransacked room. While others are focused on the obvious signs of struggle or theft, Cuff might pause by a window, admiring a perfectly cultivated rose bush outside. He might even gently touch a petal, noting its texture, its fragrance. This seemingly unrelated act, however, is deeply integrated into his investigative process. He is not merely appreciating beauty, he is observing the intricate perfection of nature, applying that same meticulous attention to the scene before him. Perhaps he notices a unique variety of rose, one that requires specific soil or climate, and later, this detail links to a suspect's known gardening hobby in an unexpected location. For a step-by-step exercise, think about a simple object in your own environment, perhaps a houseplant or a piece of art. Spend 5 minutes observing it. Note its color variations, its textures, its imperfections, its relationship to its surroundings. How does the light hit it? What does it smell like? What sounds might be associated with? It is about understanding that the truth is often hidden, requiring effort and patience to unearth, and that initial appearances are frequently deceptive. One of Cuff's earliest and most significant observations focuses on a smear of paint on a door and the critical detail of the drying times of varnish. Think about this for a second. While Seagrave might have dismissed a minor mark, Cuff's eyes are drawn to it with laser precision. He doesn't just see a smudge, he sees a timeline, a silent witness. He notes the color, the texture, and crucially, how dry it appears. His questions are precise. When was this door painted? What kind of paint was used? How long does this particular varnish take to dry? These aren't random queries, they are the building blocks of a meticulously constructed timeline, an anchor point in the narrative of the crime. If the paint is still tacky, it indicates a recent disturbance. If it's completely dry, it means the event happened earlier, or perhaps it's unrelated. This seemingly minor detail becomes a powerful forensic clue, allowing him to establish a precise time frame for potential events. Let's imagine a fictional scenario akin to a real-world forensic investigation. A burglary occurs. The local police note a footprint, a broken window. Cuff, however, notices a faint trace of metallic paint on the sill where the window was forced. He asks about recent painting in the house. The homeowner remembers a child's toy car was repainted yesterday with a specific type of enamel. Cuff then carefully examines the paint, notes its drying stage, and tests how long that particular enamel takes to set completely. He might even compare it to the paint on the suspected burglar's tools or clothing found later. If the paint on the sill perfectly matches the type and drying stage, indicating it was transferred shortly after application. It provides a very narrow window for the crime, eliminating suspects who couldn't have been near the house during that specific period. This illustrates the power of combining material evidence with temporal analysis. For a step-by-step exercise, consider a simple DIY task, like painting a piece of furniture or applying glue. Note down the exact time you apply it. Then, every hour or so, check its drying progress. How does its texture change? How long does it take to become touch dry? To fully cure? This exercise demonstrates how crucial time is when assessing forensic evidence. A simple substance like paint or varnish, when understood in terms of its drying properties, can become a silent clock, revealing when an event occurred, and potentially, who was present. It teaches us the importance of context, the physics of materials, and how these seemingly mundane details can transform into irrefutable evidence. As Sergeant Cuff begins his quiet, methodical work, a palpable shift occurs within the household. This is the moment when detective fever grips everyone. The residents, previously stunned, grieving, or simply bewildered, now find themselves unwitting participants in a real-life mystery. No longer are they passive observers, they become amateur sleuths, scrutinizing each other, whispering theories, and replaying events in their minds. Every glance, every gesture, every overheard conversation takes on new meaning. The familiar comfort of home transforms into an arena of suspicion and speculation. Trust erodes. Friendships strain. Even the most innocuous actions are viewed through the lens of potential guilt or innocence. A cough, a sigh, a moment of silence, all are subject to intense, often paranoid, interpretation. The very air becomes thick with unspoken accusations and half-formed suspicions. The household, once a sanctuary, becomes a psychological pressure cooker. To understand this phenomenon, consider a historical event or a fictional narrative where a closed community is suddenly confronted with a crime. Think of Agatha Christie's novels, where a murder in an isolated country house or aboard a train forces everyone to become a suspect, and in turn, a self-appoint. Chapter 9, The Smear and the Stain. Welcome back to our deep dive into the labyrinthine corridors of the Moonstone. In this pivotal chapter, Chapter 9, The Smear and the Stain, we witness the true brilliance of Sergeant Cuff, an investigator whose meticulous eye for detail and unparalleled deductive reasoning begins to unravel a mystery that has baffled everyone else. This is where the seemingly insignificant transforms into undeniable evidence, setting the stage for a series of revelations that will shake the very foundations of our understanding. Let's begin by immersing ourselves in the theoretical brilliance of Cuff's initial deductions. Cuff, with his preternatural ability to observe and synthesize, fixed upon a most inconspicuous detail, a faint, almost invisible paint smear on the freshly painted door jamb of Rachel Verinder's sitting room. Now, for the layman, this would be nothing more than an unfortunate smudge, a minor domestic annoyance. But for Cuff, it was a profound signpost. He reasoned, with crystal clear logic, that the paint had been transferred from the wet door frame onto a piece of clothing worn by the thief as they made their hurried exit from the room. This wasn't merely a guess, it was an application of fundamental forensic principles long before the term forensics was widely popularized. He understood what we now call transfer evidence, the unavoidable exchange of material when two objects come into contact. The paint, still tacky, would cling to the fabric, leaving a telltale mark. The absence of a paint mark directly on the door itself, yet its presence as a smear, suggested a soft, absorbent material, perfectly consistent with fabric. This was not just a stain, it was a silent confession, written in lead-based pigments, pointing unequivocally to the thief's clothing. This single, seemingly trivial observation became the bedrock upon which Cuff would build his entire case. To fully grasp the magnitude of Cuff's insight, let us engage in a practical exercise, a thought experiment akin to a modern crime scene investigation. Imagine a contemporary scenario. A valuable object has vanished from a meticulously prepared room. A crime scene technician, equipped with advanced tools, performs a preliminary sweep. They might use specialized lights to detect latent fingerprints or biological fluids. But then, their gaze, much like Cuff's, falls upon a tiny, almost imperceptible smudge of paint on a door frame. Immediately, alarms sound. A sample is taken. Chemical analysis reveals it's indeed paint from the door. Further microscopic examination confirms fiber transfer within the paint itself, tiny threads embedded in the drying pigment. This isn't just paint on a door, it's a micro snapshot of interaction. We would then meticulously reconstruct the angle of contact, the direction of movement, and even the likely garment material. Cuff, without a gas chromatograph or a scanning electron microscope, reached the same sophisticated conclusions purely through observation, experience, and an extraordinary capacity for inductive reasoning. His method was the precursor to modern trace evidence analysis, emphasizing that every single interaction, no matter how fleeting, leaves an indelible mark, a whisper of truth waiting to be heard. Philosophically speaking, Cuff's paint smear deduction illustrates what is often called the primacy of small details in investigation. It underscores the profound long-term impact that a single, overlooked piece of evidence can have on the entire trajectory of an inquiry. In many cases, it is not the dramatic, overt clue that solves the mystery, but the minute, seemingly insignificant anomaly that, once properly interpreted, unlocks the entire narrative. The common psychological barrier that often prevents us from seeing these critical details is confirmation bias. We tend to look for evidence that supports our existing theories, rather than meticulously examining everything for what it truly is. Another barrier is simple perceptual blindness, an inability to process what our eyes see because our minds are in. This return to the scene phenomenon is well documented in criminology. Imagine an individual who meticulously cleans a specific area, or spends an unusual amount of time looking out at a particular vista, post-incident. These actions, when isolated, might seem harmless. But when combined with other circumstantial evidence, they paint a compelling picture of a mind under duress, wrestling with guilt, or actively engaged in concealment. Rosanna's fascination with the quicksand was precisely this kind of behavioral anomaly, a flicker of internal struggle made manifest. From a philosophical standpoint, Rosanna's actions at the Shivering Sands serve as a poignant exploration of the psychological struggle of guilt and its often unforeseen outward manifestations. Guilt is a powerful, corrosive force that can compel individuals to strange and often self-incriminating behaviors. The long-term impact on an individual's reputation can be devastating, as even perceived guilt, without direct proof, can irrevocably stain one's character. Common psychological barriers here include the difficulty of maintaining a facade of normalcy under immense internal pressure, and the subconscious need for an individual to revisit the scene of their moral crime, either to confront it or to ensure its continued concealment. This highlights the ethical challenge of interpreting behavior as evidence. When does an unusual habit cross the line into incriminating conduct? Cuff, in his profound understanding of human nature, understood that certain behaviors, though not direct evidence, could act as powerful signposts guiding him toward the truth. Finally, we arrive at the most perplexing and infuriating obstacle in Cuff's investigation, Rachel Verinder herself. Despite being the victim of the theft, Rachel exhibited an inexplicable and resolute obstruction of the investigation. She adamantly refused to cooperate, withheld crucial information, and actively impeded Sergeant Cuff's inquiries, maintaining a veil of secrecy around her actions and motivations. Her behavior was utterly inconsistent with that of an innocent victim seeking justice. This perplexing resistance led Cuff to a truly audacious and controversial deduction. He began to suspect that Rachel had stolen her own diamond. His reasoning was devastatingly logical. If she were truly innocent and wanted the diamond recovered, why the obstinacy? Why the lack of cooperation? Cuff, a master of deductive leaps, hypothesized that Rachel might have succumbed to pressing financial debts, leading her to stage the theft as a means of illicitly obtaining funds from the diamond's eventual insurance claim or recovery. It was a shocking accusation, aimed at a young woman of impeccable social standing, yet Cuff's experience taught him that desperate circumstances could drive even the most respectable individuals to desperate measures. To understand the complex dynamics of Rachel's obstruction, let's consider a practical exercise in handling an uncooperative witness or victim. Imagine you are an investigator faced with someone who, despite being the apparent victim, refuses to provide a clear account or actively hinders your efforts. What are your options? Initially, you might employ empathetic questioning, attempting to build trust. If that fails, you might resort to more assertive tactics, outlining the legal consequences of obstruction. Cuff, limited by the social conventions of his time, primarily relied on astute observation and strategic questioning. A modern-day example might be a high-profile case where a supposed victim's story constantly shifts, or they refuse to submit to standard forensic procedures. This often leads investigators to shift their focus, examining the victim themselves as a potential suspect, particularly when a clear motive like financial distress or a desire for attention emerges. The act of obstruction, in and of itself, becomes a piece of evidence, pointing towards a hidden truth. Philosophically, Rachel's obstruction dramatically underscores the destructive power of secrets, PR. Chapter 10, Tragedy at the Shivering Sands. Welcome back to our journey through the intricate tapestry of the Moonstone. In this chapter, Tragedy at the Shivering Sands, we delve into one of the novel's most profound and heartbreaking moments, centering on the enigmatic figure of Rosanna Spearman. This isn't just a narrative turning point, it's a deep exploration of secret burdens, societal judgment, and the ultimate cost of unrequited love and unacknowledged humanity. Let us first expand upon Rosanna's secret in profound detail. Rosanna Spearman carries a multi-layered secret, a heavy burden that defines her existence within the Verinder household and ultimately leads to her tragic end. On the surface, her secret is her past as a reformed thief, a dark stain on her record that she believes irrevocably separates her from respectable society. This past is not merely a memory, it is a brand, a label that she feels justifies the quiet disdain and distance of those around her. However, a deeper, more personal layer of her secret involves her passionate, overwhelming, and utterly unrequited love for Franklin Blake. This love, blossoming in the confines of her solitary heart, transforms her perception of the world and tragically intertwines with her past criminal instincts. The most critical layer of her secret, and the one that becomes her undoing, is her knowledge regarding the disappearance of the Moonstone. She observes Franklin Blake on the night of the theft, sees him acting in a way that, to her mind, confirms his guilt. Believing him to be a thief, albeit one she loves unconditionally, she sets about trying to protect him. Her secret, therefore, encompasses her criminal history, her profound adoration for Franklin, and her desperate, misguided attempts to cover up what she perceives as his crime, culminating in her taking a terrible, isolating truth to her grave. She believes she holds the key to Franklin's supposed guilt, a secret she would rather die protecting than reveal. Now, let's turn our attention to the heartbreaking conclusion of Rosanna Spearman's arc. Imagine, if you will, the desolate expanse of the Shivering Sands, a place both beautiful and terrifying, constantly shifting, swallowing all that ventures too far. It is here, in this treacherous landscape of quicksand and mud, that Rosanna chooses her final, solitary escape. The discovery of her body is described with a chilling precision, a stark contrast to the vivid life she once possessed, however muted by circumstance. The searching party, perhaps initially hoping to find her alive, instead encounters the grim reality of her choice. Her body, found partially submerged, speaks volumes of her determination and the profound despair that drove her. The atmosphere of that discovery is thick with unspoken questions, with the sudden, jarring realization that this quiet, often overlooked servant harbored a world of pain within her. It's a moment of profound shock and sorrow, even for those who barely acknowledged her presence in life, forcing them to confront the stark reality of a human life extinguished by a sorrow they had collectively failed to perceive. Think about this for a second: a place so dangerous, so unforgiving, chosen deliberately as the final resting place. It's a powerful metaphor for the treacherous emotional landscape Rosanna navigated throughout her life. This tragic scene is amplified by a crucial detail: Rosanna has hidden a box in the quicksand and left a letter. This is not a spontaneous act of despair, it is a meticulously planned and tragically deliberate farewell. She chose the shivering sands not just for its isolating nature, but for its symbolic resonance. For Rosanna, the quicksand represents the precariousness of her own existence, the way she felt constantly on the verge of being swallowed by her past, her class, her unfulfilled desires. Her act of burying the box there, with the letter explaining her motives, is an attempt to exert control over her narrative, to speak her truth from beyond the grave, a final, desperate cry for understanding. The letter itself becomes a posthumous confession, a testament to her profound love for Franklin and her mistaken belief in his guilt. It is her final, desperate act of protection, sealing away what she believes to be incriminating evidence against him, convinced she is safeguarding his future even as she ends her own. The box in the quicksand, therefore, is not merely a receptacle, it is a time capsule of a broken heart, a hidden message meant to eventually surface and reveal the true depth of her sacrifice. Her suicide itself is driven by the crushing weight of unrequited love and the pervasive fear of her past being exposed. Rosanna's love for Franklin Blake is the central, albeit unrecognized, emotional current of her final days. His kind words, his momentary gestures of consideration, are amplified in her heart to monumental significance, creating a desperate, idealized image of him. But this love is a torment, for she knows it can never be reciprocated, not least because of her own criminal history and social standing. The fear of her past being exposed, of being dismissed and judged anew, is a constant shadow. Yet, the final, unbearable catalyst is her firm belief that Franklin is implicated in the Moonstone's theft. Her mind, already strained by emotion and social isolation, interprets his actions in the direst possible light. She sees him as compromised, and in her deep, self-sacrificing love, she decides that the only way to protect him, to truly expunge his perceived guilt, is to remove herself from the equation entirely, taking his supposed secret to the grave with her. Her suicide is thus a complex act of self-annihilation driven by a perceived duty of love, a profound sense of worthlessness, and a desperate desire to protect the man who, unwittingly, pushed her to the edge. It's a tragic paradox: she dies to save someone who is not, in fact, in need of saving from the crime she believes he committed. Now, let's look at why this happens and how it reflects a larger societal issue. A significant contributing factor to Rosanna's tragedy is the pervasive class prejudice that blinded the other characters to her humanity. Rosanna, as a reformed thief and a servant, exists in a liminal space within the Victorian social hierarchy. She is seen, if at all, through the lens of her past and her station. Her intelligence, her sensitivity, her profound capacity for love, and her deep moral struggle are largely invisible to the gentry around her. They view her as the girl who used to be a thief, or simply the housemaid, rarely as a complex individual with a rich inner life. This class prejudice creates an impenetrable barrier, preventing any genuine empathy or understanding from reaching her. FO. Chapter 11, The Family Scatters. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 11 of our unfolding mystery, a pivotal moment in Wilkie Collins's masterful narrative, The Moonstone. This chapter, tellingly titled The Family Scatters, marks a profound shift, an almost palpable turning point that we in the world of storytelling often refer to as the end of the first act. Let us delve deeply into what this theatrical term truly signifies. The end of the first act is far more than a simple chronological marker. It is a meticulously crafted narrative inflection point, designed to irrevocably alter the landscape of the story and raise the stakes to dizzying new heights. Think of it as the moment when the initial setup, the introduction of characters and their world, is brought to a dramatic, often unsettling, climax. Before this point, we've been observing the pieces on the chessboard. Now, a major piece has been moved, or perhaps even removed, and the game has taken on a significantly more perilous and complex configuration. The purpose here is multifold. It typically presents the protagonist, or in this case, the entangled core characters, with an insurmountable obstacle, a devastating setback, or an irreversible choice that propels them, sometimes against their will, into the next phase of the narrative. It's the closing of one door and the forceful opening of another, darker, more labyrinthine passage. The mystery, once localized and perhaps containable, now threatens to unravel the very fabric of the characters' lives, forcing them to confront deeper truths or even harsher realities. This act break often leaves us, the audience, with a lingering sense of unease, a tantalizing question hanging in the air, and a fervent desire to know what comes next, precisely because the comfortable order of things has been shattered beyond immediate repair. It's where the initial intriguing puzzle transforms into a gripping, inescapable quest, demanding resolution. Now, let us turn our attention to the immediate practical consequences of this narrative seismic shift, beginning with Lady Verinder's decisive, if desperate, maneuver. We observe Lady Verinder, a woman of formidable will and unwavering commitment to appearances, making the profound decision to move her entire household to London. This wasn't merely a change of address, it was an urgent, strategic retreat, a desperate attempt to escape the suffocating, insidious tendrils of the scandal that had so dramatically erupted around the missing Moonstone. Imagine, if you will, the stifling atmosphere of a grand country estate, usually a bastion of decorum and privacy, now permeated by the whispered gossip, the knowing glances, the barely concealed judgments from servants and neighbors alike. The air itself would have felt thick with suspicion, the very walls seeming to echo with the unanswered questions surrounding Rachel's diamond and the bizarre events of her birthday night. For a woman of Lady Verinder's esteemed social standing, reputation was an ethereal, yet profoundly tangible, asset. A scandal, particularly one involving theft and unexplained emotional outbursts within her own family, was an acid that threatened to dissolve not just her good name, but the very foundation of her position in society. Consider this as a real-world case study in damage control, long before the age of digital media, yet just as potent. In the rigid social hierarchy of Victorian England, maintaining an impeccable public image was paramount. The family's retreat to London was a calculated, almost militaristic, operation in public relations. It was an attempt to physically distance themselves from the immediate scene of the perceived disgrace, hoping that the sheer anonymity of the sprawling metropolis would provide a protective cloak. In London, surrounded by millions, their specific scandal might be diluted, becoming just one murmur among countless others, rather than the singular, damning focus of a provincial community. This move represents a desperate gambit to allow the waters of public opinion to settle, to let the initial investigation into the missing Moonstone is effectively suspended. Key witnesses Rachel and Franklin are no longer cooperating, or one is actively hostile and the other completely baffled. The primary scene, the house, has been abandoned by its key figures. The motive remains obscure, the perpetrator unknown, and the crucial piece of evidence, the diamond, still missing. Betteredge, as the initial chronicler, can only record the symptoms of the family's fracturing, the abrupt departure, the stony silence, the profound sorrow, without being able to diagnose the underlying illness. His narrative concludes on a note of utter helplessness, a testament to the fact that sometimes, even with the best intentions and diligent observation, the truth remains agonizingly elusive. The chapter ends with a palpable sense of lingering uncertainty, a disquieting emptiness that underscores the true scope of the tragedy, far beyond the mere loss of a jewel. The profound sadness lies in the splintering of human connection, the poisoning of trust, and the enduring pain of unanswered questions. Now, let us move to a deeper, more philosophical consideration of the long-term impact of such unresolved conflicts and the common psychological barriers that often prevent their resolution. The scattering of the family, the lingering bitterness between Franklin and Rachel, and the unsolved mystery of the Moonstone are not mere transient events, they are profound wounds that, if left unaddressed, will fester and poison the future. The long-term impact of such an emotional and relational earthquake can be devastating. Unresolved trauma, especially that born of betrayal or profound misunderstanding, can haunt individuals for years, affecting future relationships, distorting self-perception, and fostering a deep-seated cynicism. For Rachel, The act of falsely accusing Franklin, however justified she believes it to be, will undoubtedly leave a scar. For Franklin, the experience of being unjustly condemned by someone he loved will erode his trust, his self-esteem, and his capacity for open affection. The family unit itself, once a source of stability and comfort, becomes a symbol of rupture and heartache. The ripple effect extends outwards, affecting servants like Betteredge, who are left to grapple with the emotional fallout of their employer's woes, and ultimately, impacting the wider social circle. The memory of scandal, like a persistent shadow, will follow them. Why do these rifts occur and persist? Why do people struggle so profoundly to bridge chasms of misunderstanding? Here, we confront several common psychological barriers. One significant barrier is confirmation bias, where individuals tend to seek out, interpret, and remember information in a way that confirms their pre-existing beliefs or hypotheses. Rachel, convinced of Franklin's guilt, may unconsciously filter out any evidence that contradicts her conviction, hardening her resolve. Another is the fundamental attribution error, which describes our tendency to explain someone's behavior based on their internal characteristics. Example: Franklin is inherently deceitful rather than on external, situational factors. Example: perhaps something else happened that made Franklin appear guilty. This error makes it difficult to empathize or understand alternative perspectives. Furthermore, denial and projection can play significant roles. Rachel might be denying a deeper, more uncomfortable truth, perhaps even her own unwitting role, and projecting her internal turmoil or shame onto Franklin. We also face the profound human difficulty of admitting one's own biases or mistakes, especially when deeply invested in a particular narrative. To concede that one might be wrong requires a degree of humility and self-reflection that is often painful and avoided. The fear of confronting uncomfortable truths, of unraveling a seemingly clear narrative, is a powerful deterrent to resolution. It often feels safer, psychologically speaking, to cling to a definitive, albeit potentially false, explanation than. Chapter 12, Miss Clack's Narrative. Welcome back, dear listeners, as we delve into the intricate tapestry of our continuing mystery. We now arrive at a pivotal moment, a shift in perspective that will profoundly reshape our understanding of the events surrounding the Moonstone. Chapter 12 introduces us to a truly unique voice, one that demands not just our attention, but also our careful, critical discernment. This chapter is aptly titled Miss Clack's Narrative, and with it, we embark on what we might call a new perspective. Think about this for a second. Up until now, we've largely followed the earnest, if somewhat traditional, viewpoints of characters like Gabriel Betteredge, a loyal servant steeped in the comforting routines of his class and time. But now, the narrative lens swings dramatically, inviting us into the mind of an individual whose internal world is as colorful as it is biased. This is the very essence of a new perspective in storytelling, isn't it? It's not merely a change in scenery or character, it's a fundamental alteration in the filter through which reality is presented. We are suddenly confronted with an unreliable narrator, a literary device that demands our active participation. An unreliable narrator, like Miss Clack, offers us a subjective account, colored by personal motivations, prejudices, and often, a profound lack of self-awareness. Their version of events, while presented as absolute truth, is riddled with unspoken agendas and skewed interpretations. The challenge for us, as careful listeners, is to sift through the narrator's self-serving pronouncements, to discern the grains of factual information from the chaff of moralizing judgment, and to piece together the objective reality lurking beneath the heavily adorned surface of their personal truth. This narrative technique serves multiple profound purposes. It sharpens our critical faculties, forces us to question what is presented as fact, and ultimately, deepens our appreciation for the complex interplay between subjective experience and objective truth. It allows authors to create layers of meaning, to satirize societal norms from within, and to advance the plot through misdirection and the subtle revelation of character flaws that the narrator themselves cannot perceive. Now, let's turn our gaze directly to Miss Clack herself. She is introduced as a particularly devout, perhaps even aggressively pious, poor relation to the Verinder family. Her character is a masterclass in literary hypocrisy and performative virtue. Imagine a woman whose every utterance is seasoned with religious platitudes, whose every action, however seemingly selfless, is ultimately geared towards elevating her own perceived moral standing or securing some earthly advantage. She is, to put it mildly, a busybody with a deeply ingrained habit of moral judgment, always armed with a pocketful of evangelical tracts ready to distribute at the slightest provocation. Her piety isn't a quiet, internal conviction, it's a loud, public declaration, a carefully constructed facade designed to impress and, if possible, to convert others to her particular brand of righteousness, usually by badgering them relentlessly. Consider a real-world parallel for a moment. Think of historical figures who gained influence not through genuine compassion, but through ostentatious displays of religious devotion or philanthropic endeavors that were more about public image than true help. Picture a Victorian-era social climber who dedicates their Sunday afternoons to visiting the poor, not out of a sincere desire to alleviate suffering, but to be seen by the right people, to bolster their reputation, and perhaps, to gain favor with a wealthy patron. Miss Clack embodies this archetype perfectly. Her charitable efforts, her constant quoting of scripture, her seemingly endless supply of moral advice all are filtered through a self-serving lens. She believes herself to be a beacon of Christian virtue, but her narrative consistently betrays a petty jealousy, a judgmental spirit, and a distinct lack of genuine empathy for anyone who doesn't conform precisely to her narrow worldview. Her self-appointed mission to save Rachel's soul, for example, is less about Rachel's spiritual well-being and more about Miss Clack's own self-importance and her desire to impose her will. This brings us to the London setting and, more specifically, to the seemingly benevolent figure of Godfrey Abel White. Miss Clack's narrative unfolds against the bustling backdrop of Victorian London, a city of stark contrasts of immense wealth rubbing shoulders with abject poverty, of grand philanthropic gestures existing alongside the grim realities of industrial squalor. Godfrey Ablewhite emerges as the darling of this charitable landscape. He is depicted, through Clack's adoring eyes, as the quintessential public benefactor, a man deeply involved in a multitude of worthy causes. He's the patron of orphanages, the chairman of societies for the suppression of vice, the eloquent speaker at fundraising dinners. To illustrate this, let's consider a detailed story. Imagine Godfrey not just donating money, but actively participating in a highly visible soup kitchen for the deserving poor during a particularly harsh winter. He wouldn't just send his servants, he'd be there himself, perhaps in a meticulously clean apron, ladling out broth with a benevolent smile, making sure the local newspaper photographer captured his altruistic efforts. He might give a rousing speech about Christian duty and the moral upliftment of the lower classes, all while ensuring that his name and image were prominently displayed on every poster and pamphlet. This wasn't necessarily about genuine selflessness, but about the strategic cultivation of a public persona, a vital social currency in Victorian society. Philanthropy, for many, became an extension of one's social status, a way to demonstrate moral rectitude and cement one's position within the elite. Godfrey is the ultimate embodiment of this performative charity, a man whose public goodness is impeccable, even if his private life, as we will gradually discover, holds many darker secrets. Now, let's explore how Miss Clack's narrative ingeniously functions to both satirize Victorian religious performativity and subtly, yet effectively, advance the plot. Her voice is the perfect vehicle for this dual purpose. She is, in essence, a walking, talking critique of superficial piety. Her unwavering belief in her own moral superiority and her constant efforts to do good are often portrayed in ways that are comically misguided and ironically self-serving. Her endless distribution of religious tracts, those small pamphlets filled with moralizing tales and scriptural warnings, becomes a recurring motif, a symbol of her intrusive and unsolicited evangelism. She sees herself as a spiritual warrior, constantly battling against the perceived moral failings of those around her, particularly Rachel. Consider a step-by-step exercise to follow. Historically, societies that emphasized rigid moral codes often fostered environments where hypocrisy thrived, leading to widespread cynicism and a disconnect between public pronouncements and private realities. Think about the common psychological barriers that lead individuals like Miss Clack to adopt and cling to such perspectives. Why do people create and maintain these elaborate facades of piety or virtue? A primary barrier is confirmation bias, the human tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of one's existing beliefs or theories. Miss Clack sees what she wants to see, filtering every event through her pre-existing conviction of her own righteousness and others' moral shortcomings. Another powerful barrier is the self-serving bias, where individuals attribute their successes to internal factors like their own virtue or wisdom and their failures to external factors like others' depravity or circumstances beyond their control. Miss Clack's entire narrative is a testament to this, positioning herself always as the moral victor, even amidst chaos. Then there's cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort experienced by a person who holds two or more contradictory beliefs, ideas, or values. To alleviate this discomfort, they often rationalize or alter one of their beliefs. When Rachel's actions contradict Miss Clack's idealized view of how a Christian lady should behave, Miss Clack doesn't question her own rigid beliefs. Instead, she reinterprets Rachel's actions to fit her preconceived notions of sin and worldliness. Furthermore, the need for social approval and belonging plays a significant role. In a highly structured society like Victorian England, appearing virtuous was paramount to maintaining one's social standing. For a poor relation like Miss Clack, her perceived piety was her primary social capital, her claim to respectability and influence within the family. Abandoning that facade would mean losing her sense of identity and her perceived value. These psychological barriers often intertwine, creating a deeply entrenched, often unconscious, mechanism that protects the individual's self-image and their place within their perceived social order, even at the cost of genuine self-awareness or objective truth. Listener reflection: take a moment to consider an instance in your own life where you encountered a narrative that, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be heavily biased. Perhaps it was a news report, a family anecdote, or even your own initial impression of an event. How did recognizing that bias change your understanding of the situation? What were the telltale signs that the narrator had an agenda, or was simply seeing things through a very narrow, subjective lens? Reflect on how challenging it can be to separate objective facts from the powerful influence of personal perspective. Chapter 13: The Death of Lady Verinder. Welcome, esteemed listener, to Chapter 13 of our enthralling journey into the intricate world of the Moonstone. This chapter, profoundly titled The Death of Lady Verinder, plunges us into the very heart of human fragility and the inevitable shift in the landscape of responsibility. Here, we confront the raw, unvarnished reality of loss and guardianship, a theme that resonates through the annals of human experience with a particular and often painful clarity. Think about this for a second. What happens when the foundational pillar of a family, a matriarch whose very presence defines stability and direction, is suddenly removed? The void created is immense, not just an empty space at the dinner table, but a chasm in the emotional and practical architecture of life itself. This isn't merely about grief, though grief is a powerful, consuming force. It's also about the abrupt re-evaluation of dependencies, the sudden exposure of vulnerabilities that were once comfortably shielded, and the urgent, often overwhelming, necessity for new forms of protection and guidance. Guardianship, in its broadest sense, then steps forward, not just as a legal arrangement, but as a moral imperative, a complex weave of duty, care, and the often thankless task of steering a new course through uncharted waters. Now, let's turn our attention to the immediate and devastating practicalities within our narrative, beginning with the declining health and subsequent death of Lady Verinder herself. The signs had been subtly, then alarmingly, present for some time, like a creeping shadow across a sun-drenched landscape. Lady Verinder, once a figure of robust, unwavering presence, began to exhibit a pronounced and troubling fatigue. Her keen mind, though still sharp, would occasionally falter, losing its customary incisive edge. Initially, these were dismissed as the natural ebb and flow of age, perhaps a transient indisposition. But as the weeks bled into months, the indisposition deepened into a pervasive, relentless illness. Her once vibrant complexion grew pallid, her energetic step became a weary shuffle, and the clear, commanding voice softened into a breathy whisper. Imagine the agonizing vigil within Verinder House. The hushed footsteps in the corridors, the anxious glances exchanged between servants, the grim faces of the attending physicians, their pronouncements becoming ever more grave. Rachel, her spirited daughter, clung to every fleeting moment, witnessing her mother, her anchor, slowly, painfully slip away. The vibrant spirit that had animated Lady Verinder, that had filled every room with her formidable yet benevolent authority, gradually receded, leaving behind a frail, suffering shell. The household, usually bustling with activity, transformed into a somber, silent sanctuary of impending grief. The end, when it finally arrived, was both an unbearable rupture and a gentle release. One blustery autumn evening, as the last vestiges of daylight surrendered to the encroaching darkness, Lady Verinder drew her final, shallow breath. The silence that followed was not just the absence of sound, but a profound, almost tangible weight. It was the silence of a world abruptly altered, a universe recalibrated around a gaping emptiness. The long-term impact of witnessing such a decline, of enduring that slow, relentless erosion of a loved one, carves deep, indelible grooves into the psyche. It challenges our very notions of control and permanence, often leaving behind a lingering vulnerability, a heightened awareness of mortality that reshapes our perception of time and our relationships. This monumental loss then brings us to our next crucial point: how this death isolates Rachel further, leaving her wealthy but profoundly vulnerable. Rachel Verinder, once cocooned in the comforting, if sometimes firm, embrace of her mother's guidance and protection, now found herself adrift in a sea of newfound independence, simultaneously burdened by an immense inheritance. The wealth was staggering, enough to ensure a life of opulent comfort, yet it felt. In the immediate aftermath of Lady Verinder's death, his role expanded exponentially. He moved with quiet efficiency, securing the estate, navigating the labyrinthine complexities of inheritance law, and shielding Rachel from the vultures who inevitably circle such a significant fortune. He reviewed every document, scrutinized every claim, and offered Rachel counsel not just on legal matters, but on the broader implications of her new status. Imagine, if you will, a step-by-step exercise in the mind of such a lawyer. First, immediately after the death, he would ensure all assets are frozen and accounted for, preventing any opportunistic pilfering. Second, he would meticulously review the will, ensuring its validity and clarity, then guide the family through the probate process. Third, he would begin the arduous task of assessing the full scope of the estate, properties, investments, debts, creating a comprehensive financial picture. Fourth, and crucially, he would provide Rachel with objective, pragmatic advice, untainted by emotional bias, on managing her new responsibilities, explaining potential pitfalls, and identifying trustworthy advisors. He becomes a bulwark, a filter against deceit, a tireless advocate ensuring that the deceased's wishes are honored and the heir's well-being is paramount. For Rachel, Mr. Brooke represented not just legal expertise, but a much-needed bastion of sanity and protection in a world suddenly devoid of her mother's guiding hand. And now, amidst this personal tragedy and the realignment of power, the shadows lengthen, reminding us that other players in this intricate drama are far from idle. We witness the ominous event of the re-emergence of the Indians in London, still relentlessly hunting the Moonstone. Their reappearance is a chilling testament to the unyielding power of their oath, their sacred mission to reclaim the stolen jewel. They emerge not with a flourish, but with the quiet, unsettling stealth of predators. Their presence, initially subtle, like a faint tremor beneath the earth, slowly becomes more defined. One might catch a fleeting glimpse of a dark, foreign face in a crowded street, a pair of eyes too intense, too ancient, for the mundane bustle of London. They operate on the fringes, observing, gathering intelligence, their patience boundless, their resolve unwavering. They have tracked the stone across continents, endured unimaginable hardships, and the death of Lady Verinder, far from deterring them, merely simplifies their objective, removing a formidable obstacle. Their methods are a stark contrast to the overt legal maneuvering of Mr. Brooke. They embody an ancient, almost mystical form of guardianship, a commitment born of generations, bound by spiritual and cultural imperative. They move through the sophisticated, modern world of London like specters, their motivations entirely alien to its sensibilities, their singular focus a chilling counterpoint to the grief and vulnerability unfolding within Verinder House. The philosophical layer here reveals the profound impact of ancestral duty and the common psychological barriers of unwavering fanaticism, a belief system so entrenched that no personal risk or social taboo can deter its adherents. For them, the Moonstone is not merely a gem, it is a sacred trust, a symbol of honor that must be restored, and Rachel, the current bearer of the curse, is merely a temporary guardian in their grand, patient game. Their re-emergence signals a renewed, palpable threat, one that will soon collide with Rachel's fragile, newly independent existence. Listener, consider for a moment the profound interplay we've discussed today. The raw, aching void left by profound loss, immediately countered by the critical necessity of guardianship. We've seen how personal grief can be amplified by external threats, how immense wealth can paradoxically create immense vulnerability, and how the diligent, methodical work of a trusted legal advisor can stand as a vital bulwark against chaos. Yet, we also observe the relentless, almost supernatural debt. Chapter 14, Mr. Brooks' Narrative. Welcome back, dear listener, to the unfolding mysteries of the Moonstone. We now transition to a perspective both acutely sharp and resolutely pragmatic, a vantage point offered by Mr. Brooks himself. His narrative, as you will soon discover, strips away the sentimental facade to reveal the stark, often uncomfortable truths that lie beneath polished surfaces. Let us first delve deeply into what I, as a man of law, refer to as the legal angle. In any complex personal or familial affair involving substantial assets and intricate relationships, the role of a seasoned solicitor transcends mere paperwork. It becomes an exercise in forensic investigation, a vigilant guardianship of a client's interests against the insidious currents of deceit, misunderstanding, or outright predation. Think of the solicitor not just as an advisor, but as an architect of defensive strategies, constantly anticipating potential vulnerabilities. Consider for a moment the profound implications of inheritance in Victorian society, a period where wealth was largely tied to property and lineage. A will, for instance, was not just a document, it was a carefully constructed testament of a life's legacy, its clauses meticulously designed to ensure the perpetuation of family wealth and status. Any challenge to such a will, or any dubious claim on an heir's fortune, could unleash a torrent of legal battles, scarring reputations, and draining resources for generations. My duty, therefore, extended far beyond the perfunctory drawing up of documents. It encompassed a comprehensive and often covert due diligence, particularly when marriage proposals entered the picture, as they invariably did when a young lady of considerable means was involved. In modern terms, one might speak of prenuptial agreements, but the underlying principle has always remained constant, to safeguard the principal's financial well-being. This necessitated a thorough background check, not just into the suitor's character, which was often judged superficially by society, but into his financial standing, his associates, and any hidden encumbrances or liabilities that might be lurking in the shadows. A solicitor, in essence, possessed a fiduciary duty to act in the absolute best interest of their client, a duty that demanded unwavering vigilance and an almost instinctive distrust of appearances. The legal framework of debt during this era, for example, could be brutally unforgiving. Insolvency was not merely a financial inconvenience, it carried a devastating social stigma and could lead to utter ruin, even imprisonment. Promissory notes, mortgages, and various forms of secured and unsecured loans painted a labyrinthine picture of an individual's financial health, a picture that only a trained legal eye could truly decipher. Now, from my own vantage point, As a man of law accustomed to navigating the treacherous shoals of human affairs, I must confess to a certain professional skepticism that often borders on cynicism. One learns very quickly that appearances can be profoundly deceptive. My approach to life's intricate puzzles has always been anchored in cold, hard logic and an unwavering commitment to demonstrable facts. Sentiment, while understandable, holds no currency in a solicitor's office when the financial future of a client hangs in the balance. My methods are precise, discreet inquiries, the painstaking cross-referencing of information from various, often disparate, sources, and the leveraging of a vast, established network of contacts within the legal and financial spheres. It's a bit like being a meticulous detective, sifting through mountains of seemingly innocuous details for that one crucial, revealing clue. Think about this for a second. How does one uncover a hidden truth about a man universally regarded as a paragon of virtue? One does not simply ask him. No, one observes. One listens. One traces the subtler currents of London's financial undercurrents. For instance, I recall an instance, not unlike Godfrey's case, where a suitor, much lauded in society for his philanthropic. My process involved more than just perusing public records. It meant instructing clerks to discreetly inquire at specific clubs where the man was known to frequent, to observe his patterns of expenditure, to note the company he kept. It involved a subtle probing of bankers and money lenders known to operate in certain circles, not asking directly about the individual, but inquiring generally about the financial health of men of a particular social stratum. It's a slow, deliberate process of piecing together fragments, like assembling a complex mosaic where many pieces are deliberately missing. It was through this painstaking process that I stumbled upon a most disquieting revelation concerning Godfrey Abel White. Despite his public persona as a benevolent, morally upright individual, a man whose very name seemed to shimmer with probity, I discovered he was secretly drowning in debt, entangled in a precarious web of obligations to various money lenders. My discovery wasn't a sudden flash of insight, but rather the gradual accumulation of undeniable evidence. A subtle ripple in the market here, an unusual inquiry from a junior clerk regarding a certain type of promissory note there, a hushed conversation overheard in the hallowed halls of Lincoln's Inn. For example, I had been approached by a colleague regarding a particularly aggressive money lender, a fellow named Septimus Finch, who had a reputation for preying on gentlemen of good family fallen on hard times. My colleague mentioned a series of increasingly desperate loan applications, collateralized by increasingly exotic and less tangible assets, from an unnamed gentleman with influential connections. While Godfrey's name wasn't explicitly mentioned, the description of his social circles and the nature of the debts, primarily gambling losses and failed speculative investments in rather dubious ventures, painted a stark and recognizable picture for anyone with intimate knowledge of the city's financial underworld. I then cross-referenced this with whispers from other solicitors' offices about overdue bills from fashionable tailors and jewelers, debts that were being inexplicably settled by increasingly large and erratic payments. It was a classic pattern, a respectable man living far beyond his means, desperately trying to maintain appearances while the financial walls slowly closed in. Now, with this crucial piece of information firmly established, the motive for Godfrey's sudden, ardent proposal to Miss Verinder became alarmingly clear. Rachel's substantial inheritance, a truly formidable sum in her own right, was not merely an attractive prospect, it was, for Godfrey, a desperately needed lifeline. Imagine a man standing on the precipice of utter financial ruin, facing the very real prospect of public disgrace and the complete annihilation of his carefully constructed reputation. His creditors were closing in, his facade was crumbling, and his future was bleak. Then, almost like a mirage in a desert, the prospect of marrying a wealthy heiress appears. Her fortune would not only absolve him of his immediate, pressing debts but would also secure his future, allowing him to continue his extravagant lifestyle under the guise of newfound prosperity. It's a chillingly logical, albeit morally repugnant, calculation. His affectionate pronouncements, his chivalrous demeanor, all of it was merely a meticulously crafted performance, a desperate gambit to secure Rachel's hand, and more importantly, her fortune. It was a cynical act of emotional manipulation, cloaked in the deceptive finery of romantic pursuit. As if these revelations weren't enough to shake the foundations of my client's trust, I then stumbled upon an even more peculiar and profoundly unsettling incident. It occurred late one evening, during one of my routine, discreet forays into the city's less reputable districts, a necessary evil for any solicitor tasked with understanding the full spectrum of London's transactional dealings. I was seeking information on an unrelated matter when I observed a shadowy meeting. The hope that things will improve, that the person will change, that their true, good nature will eventually prevail. This hope can be a cruel tormentor, prolonging the suffering and deepening the eventual disillusionment. Think for a moment about a scenario where you have invested not just your wealth, but your very heart and soul, into a relationship. How extraordinarily difficult would it be to confront overwhelming evidence that suggests your partner is not merely flawed, but fundamentally deceptive. The psychological cost of admitting such a profound error in judgment, of accepting such a devastating betrayal, can often feel far heavier and more unbearable than the purely financial loss. It is a testament to the fragile yet resilient nature of the human spirit that some manage to rebuild their lives after such a harrowing experience, while others are forever altered, their trust in humanity irrevocably fractured. It is precisely these profound human elements that a diligent solicitor, while focused on the legalities, must also quietly acknowledge, understanding the full, devastating scope of the battles his clients must fight. Chapter 15, Franklin Blake returns. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 15 of our continuing exploration of the Moonstone, a chapter aptly titled Franklin Blake Returns. Here, we witness a pivotal shift in the narrative, a re-engagement with the central mystery, not out of casual curiosity, but from a place of profound personal conviction and an urgent need for redemption. This moment marks the true reopening of the case, transforming it from a perplexing domestic incident into a relentless quest for truth. Think about this for a second. What does it truly mean to reopen a case? It's far more than just dusting off old files. Reopening a case implies a recognition that the initial investigation, for whatever reason, was incomplete, misdirected, or fundamentally flawed. It signifies a profound commitment to revisiting every assumption, re-examining every piece of evidence, and re-interviewing every witness, all through a fresh lens, often informed by new information, changed circumstances, or, as in Franklin Blake's situation, a deep, personal stake that transcends mere intellectual pursuit. The theoretical underpinning of reopening a case is rooted in the very fabric of justice itself. It's an acknowledgement that truth is elusive, and initial conclusions can be erroneous. This process is typically driven by several key factors: the emergence of new, compelling evidence that was previously unavailable or overlooked, the identification of critical procedural errors in the original inquiry, the persistent efforts of dedicated individuals, often those directly impacted by the case, or, sometimes, a simple, nagging intuition that something vital remains undiscovered. For Franklin Blake, it is a potent combination of all these elements, amplified by the burden of his father's passing and the unbearable weight of his fractured relationship with Rachel Verinder. Now, let's look at why this happens and what it entails. The methodology for reopening such a deeply entrenched mystery is rigorous. It demands a meticulous review of all original documentation, searching for inconsistencies, gaps, or overlooked details. It often involves applying modern investigative techniques to historical data, perhaps even employing forensic science if applicable, or in this context, psychological insights into past testimonies. The challenges are formidable: fading memories of witnesses, the loss or degradation of crucial physical evidence over time, and the inherent public skepticism that often accompanies any attempt to overturn long-held beliefs. It's a painstaking, often frustrating, but ultimately essential endeavor in the pursuit of genuine resolution. Consider Franklin Blake's journey back to England. The immediate impetus was the somber news of his father's death. This tragic event cast a long, melancholy shadow over his return, stripping away any lingering vestiges of the carefree, somewhat dilettantish young man he once was. He arrived back on English soil not as a visitor, but as the inheritor of responsibilities, a man burdened by grief, yet simultaneously sharpened by it. The sea voyage itself would have been a period of profound introspection, the rhythmic churn of the ship's engines mirroring the turmoil within his own mind. He was returning to a home irrevocably altered, and to a reputation unfairly tarnished. His father's passing, while a sorrowful duty, inadvertently cleared the path for him to fully dedicate himself to the one overriding obsession that had consumed his thoughts during his self-imposed exile, the Moonstone. His determination, now honed to a diamond-like sharpness, was not merely about solving a puzzle, it was about reclaiming his very identity. To clear his name was to restore his honor, to vindicate his integrity, and, most crucially, to win back Rachel. Their love, once a radiant beacon, had been extinguished by suspicion and misunderstanding. He understood, with a clarity that cut through all other considerations, that he could not move forward, could not truly live, until the shadow of the Moonstone mystery was lifted from his character. This W.A. Sometimes, it can even uncover wider conspiracies or systematic failings, leading to significant reforms. However, the process is not without its own set of potential drawbacks. It can, paradoxically, re-traumatize individuals who believed they had moved past the events, forcing them to relive painful memories. It also consumes significant resources, and there's always the risk that despite all efforts, no new evidence will emerge, leaving the original mystery intact and perhaps even deepening the frustration for all involved. Finally, let's consider the common psychological barriers that investigators, and indeed anyone caught in such a complex web of events, might face. One of the most prevalent is confirmation bias, the tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of existing beliefs, rather than objectively re-evaluating the entire picture. There's also the challenge of emotional exhaustion, the sheer mental and emotional toll of constantly grappling with uncertainty, disappointment, and the weight of past failures. Fear of failure is a powerful motivator, often driving people away from difficult truths. Societal pressure, the desire for quick closure, and the human tendency to want neat answers, even if they are incomplete or inaccurate, can all impede a thorough re-examination. For Franklin Blake, he had to overcome not only the external evidence but also his own previous assumptions and perhaps even his reluctance to confront the painful reality that his initial actions or inactions might have contributed to the tragedy. It is a journey not just of external investigation, but of profound internal reckoning. Chapter 16, The Nightgown Revealed. We now arrive at a truly pivotal and profoundly disturbing moment in our intricate narrative, a juncture where the very fabric of reality seems to fray, and the accepted tenets of truth and memory are violently challenged. This is the heart of what we might call the impossible evidence. Think about this for a second. The impossible evidence is not merely contradictory evidence, nor is it merely perplexing. It is proof so undeniably solid, so irrefutably objective, that it utterly defies a person's subjective reality, their deepest convictions, and their most cherished memories. It presents a paradox where the external world screams one truth, while the internal self protests another, creating an unbearable, agonizing cognitive dissonance. It forces an individual to confront a version of themselves that is utterly alien, perhaps even monstrous, despite their unwavering belief in their own innocence. This phenomenon doesn't just confuse, it shatters identity, trust, and the very foundation of self-knowledge. It is a direct assault on one's sense of sanity and moral integrity, leaving one adrift in a sea of terrifying uncertainty. Now, let's plunge into the practical reality of this theoretical torment, as it unfolds before the eyes of Franklin Blake, Gabriel Betteredge, and Ezra Jennings. The atmosphere in the room was thick, almost suffocating, charged with a morbid anticipation. Old Betteredge, his usually sturdy demeanor slightly quivering with an uncharacteristic nervousness, carefully, almost reverently, reached for the humble wooden box, placed exactly where Rosanna Spearman had dictated. His gnarled fingers, accustomed to the rough textures of daily labor, moved with a delicate precision, as if handling something immensely fragile and explosive. There was a faint click, then the hesitant creak of the lid as it slowly yielded to his touch, revealing its somber contents. Inside lay a carefully folded letter, its paper aged to a faint yellow, bearing the distinctive, somewhat spidery handwriting of the unfortunate Rosanna. Betteredge, his voice raspy with emotion, began to read aloud, the words echoing ominously in the hushed chamber. Each sentence, penned by a dying hand, carried the weight of her desperate love and her tragic despair. She spoke of her impossible secret, her profound affection for Franklin, and her agonizing need for the truth to eventually surface, even if it meant exposing him to a bewildering fate. The letter was a heartbreaking testament to her loyalty and her belief in his underlying goodness, despite the dreadful evidence she was about to present. It was a plea from beyond the grave, a testament to a love that transcended life and death, and an insistent demand for an ultimate, harrowing clarity. And then, the shocking contents were revealed. Beneath the letter, nestled in the box like a serpent coiled in the dark, lay an article of clothing. It was a nightgown, certainly, but not just any nightgown. This particular garment was strikingly marked, bearing an unmistakable smear of fresh paint, a distinct, vivid streak that stood out against the pale fabric. It was the same vivid red paint, perhaps, that was notoriously found on the doorframe of Rachel Verinder's sitting room on that fateful night, a silent, damning accusation. The color, the texture, the very placement of the stain, all screamed volumes. But the true horror, the mind-numbing blow that stole the very breath from Franklin Blake's lungs, was the sudden, sickening realization that this paint-stained nightgown, preserved with such desperate care by Rosanna, belonged to him. Franklin Blake himself. The fabric, the cut, the small, almost imperceptible personal marks, there was no denying it. It was unequivocally, horrifyingly, his. Imagine, if you will, the sheer, unadulterated confusion and horror that must have seized Franklin Blake in that agonizing moment. Here, before him, was incontrovertible physical proof that he had indeed stolen the diamond, that he had perpetrated the very crime he had so steadfastly, so vehemently, been in. He would forever possess a deeper, perhaps more unsettling, understanding of the fragility of human perception, the deceptive nature of memory, and the ease with which one's identity can be challenged or even shattered by external forces. there would be a permanent shift in his understanding of justice, truth, and the inherent vulnerability of the human condition. He would carry a pervasive sense of unease, a constant awareness of the unseen currents that can manipulate or obscure reality, leading to a heightened empathy for those falsely accused, or for anyone grappling with the bewildering fog of mental or emotional obfuscation. Furthermore, we can identify several common psychological barriers that would arise in such a scenario. Firstly, there would be an immediate, powerful surge of denial, a fierce refusal to accept the evidence, despite its overwhelming strength. The mind instinctively erects defenses against such a devastating assault on self-identity. Secondly, confirmation bias would undoubtedly play a subtle, insidious role. Franklin might subconsciously seek out and give undue weight to any shred of information that seemed to support his innocence, however tenuous, while simultaneously dismissing or downplaying the truly damning evidence of the nightgown. He would be desperately, unconsciously, trying to prove himself right, even as the world told him he was wrong. Thirdly, the intense self-doubt would spiral into a profound sense of imposter syndrome, a gnawing feeling of being a fraud, or even a truly bad person, despite his conscious lack of memory of the act. His internal moral compass would be in utter disarray, making him question his fundamental goodness. Finally, an overwhelming wave of anxiety and paranoia would wash over him. He would exist in a constant state of hypervigilance, fearing further, more damning revelations, distrusting not only those around him but, most terrifyingly, his own mind and actions. This scenario is a veritable crucible of psychological distress, designed to test the limits of human resilience and sanity. Chapter 17, Ezra Jennings. Welcome back, dear listener, as we delve into Chapter 17, Ezra Jennings, a pivotal moment in our unraveling mystery. Here, the narrative takes a profoundly human turn, introducing a character whose very existence challenges our preconceptions of truth, justice, and the unseen forces at play. We are about to meet a man whose outward appearance belies a keen intellect and a tragic personal history. Ezra Jennings, Dr. Candy's much-maligned assistant, emerges from the shadows not as a mere secondary figure, but as a central catalyst for understanding the perplexing events of that fateful night. Imagine a figure strikingly gaunt, his frame almost ethereal, with an unnervingly pale complexion that hints at a life lived under the shadow of persistent ill health. His hair, prematurely white, frames a face marked by deep, almost etched lines, giving him an aged wisdom beyond his years. His eyes, however, possess an extraordinary luminescence, sharp and piercing, betraying an active, restless mind constantly observing, constantly analyzing. He is a man perpetually poised on the precipice of suffering, navigating the excruciating reality of a terminal illness. To dull the relentless pain, Jennings has become entangled in the insidious grip of opium addiction, a tragic coping mechanism that isolates him further from a society already quick to judge his unconventional appearance and mannerisms. This profound personal suffering, however, paradoxically sharpens his insight, making him uniquely empathetic and acutely aware of subtle human behaviors. His very existence is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, albeit a spirit constantly battling internal and external demons. Think about this for a second. Franklin Blake, a man of privilege and conventional upbringing, finds himself drawn into an unlikely alliance with this perceived outcast. What could forge such a powerful, almost immediate connection? It is a shared desperation for truth, a mutual understanding born from a unique set of circumstances. Franklin, tormented by the inexplicable theft of the Moonstone and his own bewildering amnesia regarding that night, finds in Jennings not just an assistant, but a fellow seeker. Jennings, in turn, recognizes in Franklin a man falsely accused, a victim of an unknown machination. Their bond is not one of social equals, but of intellectual allies. Jennings, with his extraordinary perceptiveness and his own battles against the incomprehensible, offers Franklin not just theories, but a profound empathy that few others in his circle could provide. This isn't just a friendly chat, it's a profound meeting of minds, a recognition of shared intellectual honesty and an unwavering commitment to uncovering the hidden truth, no matter how uncomfortable or unconventional that truth might be. It's a classic example of how shared adversity can forge the strongest, most unexpected alliances, stripping away superficial judgments to reveal a deeper, more profound human connection. Now, let's dive into the absolute core of this chapter, the outcasts theory, Ezra Jennings' brilliant, albeit audacious, explanation for the entire enigma. This theory posits a revolutionary idea that shatters conventional understanding and demands a re-evaluation of everything Franklin thought he knew. Jennings proposes, with startling clarity, that Franklin Blake was unknowingly drugged with opium on the very night of Lady Verinder's birthday, the precise evening the Moonstone vanished. Let's dissect this extraordinary claim. Jennings details that the opium, likely administered by Dr. Candy, would have induced a state of somnambulism, a profound sleepwalking state where an individual performs complex actions without conscious awareness or subsequent memory. Imagine, if you will, the delicate yet powerful effects of a substance like laudanum, a common Victorian-era painkiller and sedative, finding its way into an unsuspecting person's system. It's not about deliberate malice, but about an unforeseen reaction to a seemingly innocuous substance. To illustrate this, the consequences spiraled far beyond Dr. Candy's innocent, if ill-conceived, intention. It transforms a seemingly open and shut case of theft into a complex web of accidental circumstances and unforeseen pharmacological reactions. The true antagonist, in this reading, is not a villainous thief, but a potent substance, combined with a misjudgment of human physiology and the complex interplay of subtle social sleights. The long-term impact of such a revelation, particularly for Franklin, is nothing short of transformative. Imagine the psychological toll of being accused, ostracized, and fundamentally misunderstanding one's own actions, only to discover they were not deliberate acts but the unwitting movements of a drugged mind. The immediate relief of exoneration would be immense, certainly, but it would be quickly followed by a profound sense of violation. Your own body, your own mind, became a tool for an action you had no conscious control over. This experience leaves an indelible mark, fostering a deep distrust not only of others but potentially of one's own faculties. How can you truly trust your memories, your perceptions, if they can be so easily manipulated and overridden by external substances? It breeds a fundamental uncertainty about personal agency. Now, let's look at why this kind of explanation, this outcasts theory, faces common psychological barriers. First, there's the pervasive human need for clear, straightforward answers. We crave unambiguous villains and heroes. A scenario where the villain is an accidental overdose, or a well-intentioned but misguided doctor, is messy and unsettling. It challenges our desire for moral clarity. Secondly, there's the barrier of self-perception and ego. For Franklin, accepting this theory means accepting he was not in control, that his actions were involuntary. This can be a blow to one's sense of autonomy and strength. We naturally resist narratives that diminish our agency, even if those narratives ultimately prove our innocence. Thirdly, society often struggles with explanations rooted in complex science or psychology, especially when they contradict simpler, more emotionally satisfying narratives. The idea of somnambulism induced by opium, while scientifically plausible, sounds almost fantastical to the layperson, inviting skepticism. It's easier to believe in deliberate malfeasance than in the intricate, often unpredictable, dance of chemistry and consciousness. And finally, there's the sheer discomfort of confronting the unintended consequences of seemingly minor actions. Dr. Candy's prank, if Jennings is correct, had catastrophic ripple effects. This forces us to acknowledge the butterfly effect of our choices, however small or inconsequential they may seem at the time, leading to a natural human inclination to resist such complex and morally ambiguous truths. Ezra Jennings, with his sharp mind and his own battles against the incomprehensible, is uniquely positioned to bridge these gaps, to explain the seemingly inexplicable, and to peel back the layers of human behavior and chemical influence to reveal a truth far stranger, and far more nuanced, than anyone could have initially imagined. Chapter 18, The Experiment. Chapter 18, The Experiment. Welcome back, dear listener, as we delve into the 18th chapter, a pivotal moment of ingenious deduction and a bold, almost audacious, scientific endeavor. Here, we witness the meticulously crafted attempt to unravel the baffling mystery of the missing Moonstone, not through mere conjecture, but through a dramatic, live reenactment of the very night it vanished. Our journey begins with the theoretical cornerstone of this chapter, the profound act of recreating the night. Think about this for a second. This isn't simply about memory recall or interviewing witnesses. No, this is a sophisticated, almost theatrical, approach to forensic investigation, aiming to strip away the distortions of time, emotion, and perception to arrive at a raw, unadulterated truth. The core principle lies in the belief that certain conditions, particularly those influenced by substances or extreme psychological states, can trigger predictable, even repetitive, human behaviors. When eyewitness accounts are conflicted, and circumstantial evidence points in baffling directions, the recreation offers a dynamic hypothesis testing ground. It seeks to reconstruct the environmental, physiological, and psychological variables with such precision that it forces the past to momentarily manifest in the present. It's an acknowledgement of memory's inherent fallibility, recognizing that our recollections are not immutable video recordings, but rather malleable narratives constantly reshaped by subsequent experiences and biases. The true genius lies in understanding that unconscious actions, if prompted by identical stimuli, might bypass the conscious mind's filtering and directly repeat themselves. This isn't just a story, it's an exploration into the very mechanisms of human behavior under duress, sleep, or altered consciousness. Now, let's move from the profound theory to the intensely practical, step-by-step execution of this extraordinary plan. Firstly, the detailed plan to recreate the exact conditions of the birthday night to prove Franklin's innocence. This was no spur-of-the-moment decision, it was a testament to meticulous planning and profound psychological insight. Sergeant Cuff, with his unparalleled understanding of human nature and criminal patterns, orchestrated every minute detail. He knew that for the experiment to be truly valid, every sensory input, every environmental cue, had to be precisely replicated. This meant painstakingly recreating the ambience of Rachel's sitting room, the precise time of night, the dimmed lighting, the very sounds, if possible, that might have permeated the air. Crucially, the laudanum-laced drink given to Franklin on the original night had to be administered again, in the identical dosage and manner, under controlled, ethical scrutiny. This wasn't about tricking him, it was about scientifically isolating the variable of the drug's effect and observing its independent impact on his motor actions and decision-making processes. The goal was singular, to observe Franklin's actions when his conscious mind was bypassed, to see if his body, through muscle memory or subconscious impulse, would repeat the exact sequence of events that led to the Moonstone's disappearance. It was a calculated risk, a journey into the unknown depths of the human psyche, designed to reveal a truth hidden even from Franklin himself. Next, the crucial phase of gathering the witnesses, a select group of trusted observers, including the ever-loyal Betteredge and the steadfast lawyer, Broof. Their presence was absolutely indispensable for several compelling reasons. Firstly, their collective credibility. Betteredge, with his long-standing, intimate knowledge of the Verinder household and his unwavering devotion to the family, provided an invaluable anchor of authenticity. Broof, as a man of law, lent an air of formal legitimacy and objective observation. Their individual testimonies would serve to corroborate the unfolding events, providing multiple, independent accounts of the experiment's outcome. Think of it as the drug began to take effect, a profound silence would have fallen, punctuated only by the shallow, uneasy breathing of the onlookers. Each minute would have stretched into an eternity as Franklin succumbed to the powerful sedative, his consciousness gradually receding into a dream-like state. The observers, perched on the edge of their seats, would have scrutinized his every flicker, every restless movement, every subtle shift in expression, searching for any telltale sign that the experiment was indeed working. It was a scene of intense psychological drama, a high-stakes gamble with Franklin's reputation and the family's peace of mind hanging precariously in the balance. The meticulous timing, the careful observation of the onset of symptoms, all underscored the scientific rigor applied to this inherently human dilemma. And finally, the breathtaking moment of revelation, Franklin repeating his movements, taking a mock diamond, but dropping it before hiding it, thus proving he took it but didn't keep it. The room would have been utterly still as Franklin, under the profound influence of the laudanum, began to stir, his body seemingly guided by an invisible hand. He moved with the slow, deliberate grace of a sleepwalker, his eyes perhaps open but unseeing, devoid of conscious intent. The mock diamond, carefully placed to replicate the Moonstone's position, would have been picked up with the same mechanical precision, a chilling echo of the fateful night. Every muscle fiber, every subtle gesture, would have been scrutinized, analyzed, and compared against the known accounts. But then, the crucial, heart-stopping deviation, the diamond, instead of being secreted away, slipped from his grasp, clattering softly onto the floor, his unconscious mind unable or unwilling to complete the final, concealing action. This single, revelatory moment shattered the illusion of his guilt. It dramatically and irrefutably demonstrated that while he had indeed taken the jewel, his altered state had prevented him from fulfilling the act of concealment. The relief in the room would have been immense, a wave of vindication washing over the anxious witnesses, a powerful confirmation that the truth, no matter how convoluted, could indeed be uncovered. Now, let's reflect on the profound long-term impact of such an extraordinary experiment. For Franklin Blake, the vindication, though absolute, would likely carry a lingering psychological burden. The knowledge that he committed a significant act while entirely unconscious, and was accused of theft, would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on his self-perception and his relationships. Trust, once shattered, even by an act beyond one's control, takes time to fully reconstruct. For Rachel, the realization that her beloved Franklin was innocent, yet still the instrument of the Moonstone's disappearance, would be a complex emotional landscape to navigate. The experiment, while solving a mystery, doesn't erase the confusion, the pain, or the accusations that preceded it. It alters relationships, deepens understanding, but also introduces new layers of psychological complexity. This kind of trauma, even when resolved, casts a long shadow, influencing future interactions and perceptions for years to come. Finally, let's consider the common psychological barriers to accepting such a truth. The human mind often prefers simple, linear narratives. The idea that a person could perform a complex act, such as taking a valuable jewel, entirely without conscious awareness or malicious intent, challenges our fundamental understanding of responsibility and agency. There's a strong psychological resistance to ambiguity and nuance, especially when guilt or innocence is on the line. Confirmation bias plays a significant role here. Once a belief in guilt or innocence is formed, people tend to seek out and interpret information in a way that confirms their existing views, making it harder to accept a contradictory, more complex explanation. Furthermore, the inherent discomfort with the idea of a person not being n. Chapter 19, The Hunt for the Thief. Welcome back, listeners, as we plunge headfirst into Chapter 19, a pivotal turning point aptly titled The Hunt for the Thief. Here, the meticulous unraveling of secrets truly accelerates, demanding a sharp focus on the subtle threads that compose the fabric of truth. Our journey through this intricate mystery necessitates a deep dive into the art of tracing a diamond, or any high-value item, once it has vanished. Theoretically, this process is far more complex than a simple whodunit. It involves establishing a robust chain of custody, meticulously mapping every hand the item might have passed through, from its last undisputed location to its current suspected whereabouts. It demands scrutinizing inconsistencies, identifying anomalies, and most critically, understanding the psychological profiles of those involved. Every detail, however minuscule, becomes a potential clue in this sophisticated game of cat and mouse. Think about this for a second. A precious object doesn't simply disappear, it always leaves behind a faint, almost imperceptible echo of its passage. Now, let's look at why this happens, specifically within the dramatic confines of our narrative. The initial investigation, as we've witnessed, focused on the immediate theft from the cabinet. However, the true breakthrough, the turning of the tide, required a profound shift in perspective. The central question pivoted from who stole the diamond from the cabinet, to who picked up the diamond after Franklin Blake, in his somnambulistic trance, inadvertently dropped it. This wasn't merely a change in wording, it was a complete reframing of the entire investigative paradigm. Imagine a real-world scenario where a security camera shows a valuable package being dropped, then someone else picking it up minutes later. The focus immediately shifts from the initial handler to the secondary individual, necessitating a re-examination of every person present in that specific time frame, their alibis, and their motivations, which may have been previously overlooked. It's about dissecting the moments just after the initial perceived incident, seeking the often missed secondary action. Following this crucial re-evaluation, the trail, initially obscured by conflicting testimonies and misdirect ions, begins to crystallize, leading us decisively towards London and the enigmatic sailor supposedly in possession of the invaluable Moonstone. This phase of investigation is akin to a step-by-step forensic tracking operation. First, gather all descriptive details of the sailor: height, build, distinctive features, any peculiar mannerisms or accents. Next, identify potential points of contact or places he might have been seen or spoken about, leveraging local gossip, innkeepers' recollections, or travel manifests. This intelligence is then cross-referenced, meticulously sifting through vague descriptions to isolate concrete leads. Finally, a strategic, systematic search begins in the suspected destination, often employing informants or plainclothes operatives, all while maintaining absolute discretion to avoid alerting the target. Every step is a calculated move, building a picture from fragmented pieces of observation. And this methodical pursuit culminates in a truly shocking revelation: the purported sailor, the man believed to be carrying the legendary jewel, is none other than Godfrey Ablewhite, disguised. This moment of unmasking is a profound betrayal, a meticulously crafted lie shattering under the weight of relentless inquiry. Consider the story of a trusted public figure, lauded for their philanthropy and unimpeachable character, suddenly exposed as the mastermind behind a complex scheme of deceit. The unraveling often begins with a single, uncharacteristic slip, a familiar turn of phrase, a gesture too refined for a rough sailor, or perhaps an unexpected glint in the eye that betrays the true identity beneath the crude disguise. The emotional impact on those who admired and trusted him is immense, a blend of disbelief, anger, and a bitter sense of personal violence. It highlights how deeply we can be swayed by outward appearances and preconceived notions of virtue. This unmasking ignites an urgent, perilous race against time, a desperate dash to reach the lodging house before the watchful, vengeful Indians, who have their own ancient claim to the diamond, can intervene. This is more than a simple chase, it's a high-stakes, multi-party pursuit with lethal consequences. Envision a tense, real-world scenario where multiple intelligence agencies are tracking a crucial target, each with their own agenda, each desperate to be the first to intercept. The clock is ticking, the stakes are astronomically high, and any misstep could result in either the permanent loss of the objective or a violent confrontation. The element of the Indians introduces a primal, almost mythical urgency, pushing the protagonists to their absolute limits as they navigate the treacherous streets of London, knowing that failure is not an option. The long-term impact of such an elaborate deception and the subsequent unraveling profoundly affects all involved. Trust, once broken, is incredibly difficult to mend, leaving lasting scars on relationships and individual psyches. The revelation of Godfrey Ablewhite's true character forces a painful reassessment of human nature itself, questioning the very foundations of perceived goodness and integrity. The Moonstone, even if recovered, will forever carry the weight of this moral corruption and the dangerous, violent history it continues to attract. Furthermore, we confront common psychological barriers that often hinder investigations like this. Confirmation bias, the tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of existing beliefs, played a significant role in overlooking Godfrey earlier. The collective trust in his upright character blinded many to the subtle warning signs. Then there's cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort experienced when holding contradictory beliefs, which made it difficult to accept that such a good man could be capable of such treachery. These deeply ingrained psychological tendencies can often be more challenging to overcome than the physical act of finding a missing object. Listener reflection: take a moment to consider how often we, in our own lives, might overlook critical details or dismiss inconvenient truths simply because they don't fit our pre-existing narratives or our comfort zones. The Moonstone's hunt for the thief isn't just about a diamond, it's a profound study of human perception, deception, and the arduous path to uncovering an often uncomfortable reality. Chapter 20: The Fate of the Hypocrite. Chapter 20: The Fate of the Hypocrite. Our intricate journey through deception and misdirection culminates in the final reveal, a moment of profound, unsettling clarity. Think about this for a second: how often do the masks people wear truly fall away? Here, the meticulously constructed facade of Godfrey Ablewhite, the pious benefactor, shatters completely, exposing a core of cynical avarice. The shocking discovery of Godfrey Ablewhite's lifeless form, smothered by the determined, silent Indians, marks the violent, just end of his duplicity. Picture the scene: a quiet room, suddenly violated by the chilling confirmation of his villainy, his breath extinguished by the very guardians of the jewel he so shamelessly exploited. This was no mere murder, it was an act of ancient retribution, the Moonstone exacting its price. Now, let's look at why this happens. Godfrey, ever the opportunist, had masterfully seized a moment of extreme vulnerability. Franklin Blake, under the influence of opium administered by Ezra Jennings in a misguided attempt to recreate the night of the theft, had, in a state of somnambulism, himself taken the Moonstone from the cabinet and innocently given it to Godfrey. Godfrey, witnessing Franklin's drugged state and his unconscious handling of the gem, saw his chance. He stole the radiant stone, immediately leveraging its immense value to secure critical loans, funding his lavish lifestyle and his secret debts, all while maintaining his public image of moral rectitude. This calculated act exemplifies a common psychological barrier, the inability to resist immediate gain, even at the cost of one's integrity. The intrepid Indians, those relentless protectors of the Moonstone, tracked Godfrey with unwavering precision. Their escape back to India, carrying the reclaimed jewel, signifies the ultimate closure of the central mystery. The Moonstone, a symbol of divine power and ancient heritage, was finally returned to its rightful, sacred place. The long-term impact of such a revelation is immense, shaking the very foundations of trust and forcing a re-evaluation of those we deem honorable. It highlights the insidious nature of hypocrisy and the devastating consequences it can wreak. This grand unveiling finally closes the bewildering mystery of the theft, revealing not a simple criminal act, but a complex tapestry of hidden motives, a desperate need for money masked by sanctimony, and the unyielding pursuit of justice by those wronged. Chapter 21, Epilogue. Chapter 21, Epilogue. We arrive now at the profound concept of restoration, a theme that intricately weaves through our final chapter. Restoration, you see, is far more than mere repair. It's the intricate, often painstaking process of returning something, or someone, to its original, intended state, often with an enriched understanding and a newfound appreciation. It implies healing, reconciliation, and a deliberate rectification of past wrongs, a journey back to wholeness. Now, let's consider the restoration of the fractured relationship between Franklin Blake and Rachel Verinder. After the harrowing revelations regarding Franklin's drug-induced actions, Rachel, who was initially consumed by a profound sense of betrayal and misunderstanding, slowly began to perceive the true depth of his character and the genuine, unyielding love he harbored for her. Their shared journey through doubt and despair proved to be a crucible, refining their bond into something remarkably resilient. The restoration of trust was not instantaneous. It was a delicate, painstaking process requiring profound apologies, patient, heartfelt explanations, and a shared grief for the time lost to their misunderstanding. Their eventual marriage wasn't simply a joyful conclusion. It stood as a powerful testament to an enduring love, forged stronger by the immense trials they overcame, a conscious, deliberate choice to rebuild upon a foundation of absolute honesty. Think about this for a second. How many relationships face such immense hurdles and emerge stronger? Overcoming psychological barriers like pride and fear of vulnerability were critical for their reconciliation. Our narrative then gracefully shifts, thanks to the meticulous final report of a seasoned traveler in the heart of India. Imagine, if you will, a dedicated British adventurer, not merely an observer, but an individual deeply respectful of ancient customs and spiritual beliefs. This traveler assiduously documented the Moonstone's journey back home, detailing the discreet operations of the Brahmin priests who, with unwavering devotion, tirelessly pursued their sacred duty across continents and years. The climax of this extraordinary pursuit unfolds within the hushed sanctity of the sacred shrine. The traveler's report paints a vivid, unforgettable tableau: the solemn temple, its ancient carvings softly illuminated by flickering oil lamps, the low, reverent chanting of the priests filling the air. With utmost reverence, the colossal Moonstone, now glinting with its ethereal yellow light, is carefully, deliberately re-embedded into the forehead of the revered idol. This is not just an adornment, it's a symbolic recompletion, an energetic realignment that resonates profoundly through the very atmosphere of the temple. The stone, finally home, radiates not just light, but an overwhelming aura of peace and settled destiny. This profound act signifies a far-reaching restoration, not merely of a magnificent artifact, but crucially, of cosmic balance. The Verinder family, unknowingly entangled in the stone's turbulent journey, feels the subtle, yet distinct, lifting of a persistent unease, a pervasive weight they could never quite articulate. The long-term impact of this curse, which was more a consequence of disruption and theft than true malevolent magic, dissipates entirely as the stone returns to its rightful place. This brings a newfound peace, a quiet understanding of the intricate interconnectedness of fate, justice, and spiritual harmony for all involved. It serves as a powerful, enduring lesson in respecting ancient traditions and acknowledging the profound consequences of disturbing what is considered sacred. Common psychological barriers to such restoration often involve an inability to let go of past grievances or a resistance to change, yet here, destiny prevailed. Chapter 22, The 7-Day Detective Plan. Welcome to Chapter 22, an illuminating deep dive into what we call the 7-Day Detective Plan. This isn't merely a series of steps for solving a criminal mystery, it's a profound, systematic framework for unraveling any complex problem or misunderstanding in your personal or professional life. Drawing inspiration from the varied perspectives and investigative styles within the Moonstone, this plan champions methodical inquiry over impulsive judgment, urging you to look beyond the obvious and embrace a truly comprehensive understanding of truth. It's an action plan designed to hone your observational skills, challenge your inherent biases, and ultimately empower you to construct a clear, undeniable picture from fragmented realities. Think of it as intellectual detective work, applied to the intricate tapestry of everyday existence. Now, let's explore each day with practical applications and rich examples. Day 1. Question your biases. Just like the venerable, yet undeniably prejudiced, Betteredge, we all carry a lifetime of preconceived notions. Before you even begin to assess a situation, pause, and perform an immediate personal inventory. What are your instant assumptions about the people involved, the circumstances, or the potential outcomes? Write them down. Then, with deliberate intent, challenge each one. For instance, if you're grappling with a team conflict and find yourself instinctively siding with the long-standing employee over the newer recruit, ask yourself, why this automatic alignment? What evidence truly supports this bias? This initial step is a vital act of intellectual honesty, clearing the path for genuine discovery. Day 2. Observe the details. Sergeant Cuff, despite his amusing fixation on roses, possessed an extraordinary acuity for the minute particulars: the paint smears on a door, the subtle scuff marks on a floorboard. This day calls for you to cultivate a similar forensic gaze. Conduct a micro-observation exercise. Choose a familiar environment, perhaps your kitchen or your workstation, and spend 10 uninterrupted minutes scrutinizing every single detail. Don't just see, perceive. Notice the faint ring left by a forgotten cup, the slight bend in a book's cover, the precise way light catches a dusty surface. What story do these overlooked elements tell? What hidden narratives emerge from the truly small things? Day 3. Look for the invisible people. Rosanna Spearman, the shy, often dismissed housemaid, held critical pieces of the puzzle in the Moonstone. Her perspective was invaluable, yet easily overlooked. In any situation, actively seek out the voices of those who are marginalized, quiet, or typically unheard. These could be junior colleagues, shy acquaintances, or individuals from different cultural backgrounds. During a community meeting, for example, instead of letting the most vocal dominate, consciously invite input from the quietest members. Their unvarnished, often surprisingly insightful, perspectives frequently illuminate blind spots that the more prominent voices might unintentionally obscure. Day 4. Verify the facts. Relying on hearsay or popular opinion is a perilous path. Just as Mr. Bruev, the solicitor, meticulously checked records, you must become a tireless fact-checker. Don't accept statements at face value. For a significant decision, such as a major purchase or a career move, go straight to the primary sources. If an advertisement makes a bold claim, find the independent studies. If a friend shares a compelling anecdote, gently inquire about its origin and corroborating evidence. Developing this rigorous discipline ensures your understanding is built on solid ground, not shifting sands of rumor. Day 5. Consider the source. Miss Clack's highly biased, evangelical narrative in the Moonstone perfectly illustrates how a storyteller's motivations can profoundly distort the truth. When you encounter information, always ask, who is telling this story? What is their background, their agenda, their potential gain or loss? Are they an impartial observer like Mr. Bruev, or do the Chapter 23, Summary of Key Takeaways. Welcome, esteemed listener, to Chapter 23 of our journey through Wilkie Collins's masterful The Moonstone. In this concluding segment, we embark on an extensive, deep-dive thematic review, dissecting the profound layers that have unfolded before us. This isn't merely a recap of events, it is an exploration of the intricate tapestry of ideas, moral quandaries, and enduring human truths that Collins so deftly wove into his narrative. A thematic review, at its very core, is an intellectual excavation. It transcends the surface-level plot to unearth the underlying messages, the author's philosophical stance, and the societal critiques embedded within the storytelling. Think about it for a second. While a plot summary tells you what happened, a thematic review asks why it matters, what it says about humanity, and how it challenges our preconceived notions. In the case of The Moonstone, this means understanding how Collins utilizes every twist, every character's perspective, and every intricate detail not just to propel the mystery forward, but to comment on broader Victorian anxieties and universal human experiences. We're looking at how the novel functions as a mirror, reflecting the era's social structures, its moral hypocrisies, and the perennial search for truth in a world rife with subjectivity. It's about recognizing the psychological realism beneath the sensationalism, the incisive social commentary veiled in witty prose, and the enduring questions about justice and perception that resonate even in our modern world. This deep dive allows us to appreciate the novel not just as a foundational work of detective fiction, but as a rich, multi-layered literary achievement. Now, let's turn our attention to the practical implications of these themes, beginning with a summary of the main plot points. The story, as you recall, pivots around the enigmatic disappearance of the Moonstone, a magnificent and cursed diamond, from Rachel Verinder's dressing table on the night of her 21st birthday. This single, precipitous event triggers a cascade of suspicion, emotional turmoil, and frantic investigations. The initial chaos within the Verinder household is palpable. Everyone is a suspect, yet no one seems to possess a coherent motive. This moment perfectly encapsulates the fragility of domestic tranquility when confronted with the unknown. The ensuing investigation, initially spearheaded by the astute but unconventional Sergeant Cuff, exemplifies the nascent art of detective work. Cuff's methodical approach, his keen observation of seemingly insignificant details like the smeared paint on a door or a stray rose, demonstrates an early form of forensic thinking. However, his brilliance is constantly tempered by the social fabric of the era, the unspoken rules of class, and the emotional obfuscation of those involved. His ultimate departure, viewed as a failure by the family, is a poignant testament to how truth can be obscured not just by deceit, but by prejudice and pride. Imagine, if you will, a modern cold case where a detective, armed with brilliant insights, is dismissed because their conclusions challenge the comfortable narrative held by those in power. The evidence is there, but the will to accept it is not. This highlights a critical lesson. Even the most logical deductions can falter when confronting deeply entrenched social biases or the sheer unwillingness of people to face uncomfortable truths. The narrative then takes a dramatic turn with the shocking opium revelation. It's revealed that Franklin Blake, under the influence of a potent dose of laudanum administered by the cunning Ezra Jennings to treat his insomnia, sleepwalked into Rachel's room and, entirely unconsciously, took the Moonstone. This revelation isn't just a clever plot device, it plunges the story into profound psychological territory. It compels us to consider the hidden aspects of the human psyche, the actions we might undertake without conscious awareness, and the terrifying notion that our own minds can betray us. Think about the real-world case studies of sleep-related crimes, where individuals have committed complex acts, from driving to even violence, while entirely unconscious. These cases, though rare, underscore the powerful, often unfathomable, influence of the subconscious mind. Franklin's somnambulism forces the characters, and us, to question the very nature of culpability and the boundaries of personal responsibility. Finally, the recovery of the Moonstone from the seemingly benevolent, outwardly pious Godfrey Ablewhite. Her eventual suicide in the treacherous shivering sand is a devastating commentary on the utter lack of redemption or social acceptance available to those who transgress the rigid moral codes of the era. She is a reminder that even the purest intentions and deepest loyalties can be crushed by an indifferent and judgmental world. Her story compels us to feel the weight of societal judgment and the immense psychological burden of being an outsider. Sergeant Cuff, conversely, stands as a prototype for the modern detective. His intellectual rigor, his unconventional methods, and his profound understanding of human nature set him apart. He is a man who sees beyond the superficial, who understands that human folly and emotional complexity are as much a part of the crime scene as physical evidence. Yet, his eventual dismissal and retreat to cultivate roses underscore the limitations of pure logic in a world governed by emotional prejudice and social blindness. Cuff's genius is recognized by few, and his insights are ultimately rejected by those who prefer their comforting illusions. Think of a figure in history, perhaps a scientist or a philosopher, whose groundbreaking ideas were initially ridiculed or ignored by their contemporaries, only to be vindicated much later. Cuff embodies the often solitary and unappreciated pursuit of truth, showcasing how even the cleverest minds can be thwarted by human stubbornness and an unwillingness to confront inconvenient facts. The long-term impact of the Moonstone on literature and our understanding of psychological barriers is immense. Collins's novel didn't just popularize the detective genre, it fundamentally shaped it, introducing tropes and character archetypes that would influence generations of writers, from Arthur Conan Doyle to Agatha Christie. But its influence extends far beyond genre fiction. It pioneered the use of psychological depth in crime narratives, exploring the hidden motives and unconscious actions that drive human behavior. The novel remains a cornerstone in discussions about narrative perspective, unreliable narrators, and the very nature of truth itself. It consistently makes us question our own assumptions, compelling us to look beyond surface appearances and consider the multitude of factors that shape reality. In terms of common psychological barriers, the Moonstone serves as an extraordinary case study. We see confirmation bias at play constantly. Characters interpret evidence through the lens of their existing beliefs. Gabriel Betteredge, for instance, clings to his unwavering loyalty to the Verinder family, dismissing any evidence that might implicate them. Miss Clack's religious fanaticism distorts her perceptions, leading her to believe any event that reinforces her spiritual dogma. This tendency to seek out and favor information that confirms one's own beliefs is a powerful, almost inescapable, human trait. Furthermore, the novel brilliantly illustrates the fundamental attribution error, the tendency to overemphasize internal factors like personality or character and underestimate external factors like situational context when explaining others' behavior. Rosanna Spearman is judged primarily by her past as a thief, her remorse, and changed circumstances largely ignored by society. The initial suspicion falls on the servants because of their lower social standing, attributing their perceived culpability to inherent character flaws rather than considering the complex social pressures or circumstantial evidence. We also observe the availability heuristic, where characters overestimate the likelihood of events based on their vividness or recency. The immediate, dramatic disappearance of the Moonstone leads to swift accusations against those who were most visible or readily available in the house, rather than a calm, systematic assessment of all possibilities. Finally, the Moonstone is a profound lesson in blind spots, the inability to see one's own biases or flaws, leading to skewed perceptions of truth. Every narrator, to varying degrees, possesses these. Chapter 24, Conclusion. Welcome, discerning listeners, to the concluding thoughts of our journey through Wilkie Collins' groundbreaking masterpiece, The Moonstone. As the final threads of this intricate tapestry of suspense and psychological drama are drawn together, we arrive at a pivotal moment, not just for the characters within the narrative, but for us, the audience, poised on the precipice of reflection and further engagement. This chapter, Conclusion, serves as more than just an ending. It is a meticulously crafted bridge, inviting us to extend our experience beyond the final spoken word. At its core, every compelling conclusion, whether in a novel, a theatrical performance, or indeed, an audiobook, contains what we in the literary and communication spheres refer to as a call to action. Now, when many of us hear that phrase, our minds might instantly conjure images of aggressive marketing campaigns, urgent pleas to buy now or subscribe today. But the true essence of a call to action, especially in the nuanced realm of art and storytelling, runs far deeper, resonating on intellectual, emotional, and even philosophical levels. Think about this for a second. A call to action, or CTA, is fundamentally an invitation. It's a carefully constructed prompt designed to elicit a specific response from an audience. In its most profound application, it isn't about mere transaction, it's about transformation. It's about inspiring thought, sparking curiosity, or encouraging a change in perspective or behavior. In literature, and particularly in a work as influential as The Moonstone, the conclusion isn't merely the cessation of the plot. It's a deliberate design to propel the reader or listener forward, to encourage continued engagement with the ideas, the craft, and the broader world that the story illuminates. The purpose of such a CTA in a book's conclusion is multifaceted. Firstly, it seeks to solidify the story's impact. By prompting reflection or further exploration, the narrative's themes, characters, and intricate plot points are given a longer shelf life in our minds. We move from passive reception to active processing. Secondly, it fosters a sense of community and shared experience. When an author or narrator invites you to delve deeper, they are implicitly acknowledging your intelligence and your capacity for critical engagement, forging a bond of intellectual partnership. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly for a pioneering work like The Moonstone, it acts as a catalyst for continued learning and appreciation, ensuring that the legacy of the work endures and inspires new generations. The psychology behind an effective call to action in this context is fascinating. It often hinges on several key elements: clarity, benefit, and emotional appeal. A clear CTA leaves no room for ambiguity about what action is desired. For example, read the original text is unambiguous. The benefit is articulated through the promise of a richer, deeper understanding or a more profound aesthetic experience. And the emotional appeal taps into our inherent human desires for connection, knowledge, discovery, and the satisfaction of intellectual curiosity. There's also the subtle suggestion of a fear of missing out, the understanding that without taking the suggested action, a deeper layer of meaning or enjoyment might remain unaccessed. In the Moonstone itself, we see numerous instances where characters are faced with their own internal calls to action, often presented in the form of a perplexing clue, a suspicious interaction, or a revelation that demands investigation. Franklin Blake, driven by a desire for resolution and justice, is constantly responding to these internal CTAs, gathering statements, pursuing leads, and piecing together the fragmented narrative. Sergeant Cuff, the consummate professional detective, embodies the very spirit of responding to a call to action, systematically dissecting evidence and challenging assumptions. These narrative examples, where characters do something in response to a compelling prompt, mirror the engagement we are now invited to undertake as listeners. A conclusion in a book, therefore, serves as a powerful, albeit often subtle, call to action for the reader. It's a moment where the author, having guided us through a labyrinth of events and emotions, turns to us and asks, "Now what will you do with this experience?" It's an invitation to carry the story's essence into our own lives, to apply its lessons, to explore its influences, and to allow its power to transform our perspective. Now, let's look at why this happens and what specific actions we can take to truly honor this literary achievement. Our first practical call to action encourages you to delve into the very source material itself, to read the original text of the Moonstone to fully appreciate Wilkie Collins' unparalleled mastery of voice. While this audiobook endeavors to capture the spirit and intricacies of Collins' prose, there is an irreplaceable magic in experiencing his words directly on the page, in sensing the rhythm of his sentences, and in absorbing the subtle nuances of his multi-narrator structure. Consider, if you will, the brilliant mosaic of perspectives Collins meticulously constructs. We begin with Gabriel Betteredge, the venerable house steward, whose narrative voice is steeped in a charming, often comedic, blend of antiquated wisdom, unwavering loyalty, and an almost superstitious reverence for his beloved Robinson Crusoe. His language is folksy, his observations tinged with a conservative skepticism towards anything newfangled, and his digressions are a delightful, albeit sometimes meandering, path through the intricacies of the Verinder household. He tells us what he saw and what he believed, often with a charmingly subjective filter. His voice creates an immediate, intimate connection, drawing us into the heart of the mystery through the eyes of a loyal servant deeply embedded in the family's life. Then, Collins shifts gears dramatically, introducing us to Miss Clack, the sanctimonious and relentlessly pious evangelist cousin. Her narrative, presented as a narrative of Miss Clack, communicated by herself, is a breathtaking exercise in ironic self-revelation. Her language is saturated with religious cant, judgmental pronouncements, and an insufferable sense of her own moral superiority. Every event, every character, is filtered through her distorted lens of evangelical zeal, often to hilariously horrifying effect. She doesn't just describe events, she preaches about them, interprets them through the narrow confines of her rigid dogma, and subtly or not so subtly casts herself as the spiritual heroine. Reading her chapters allows you to savor the exquisite agony of her self-righteousness, to discern the hypocrisy lurking beneath her pious pronouncements, and to marvel at Collins' ability to create such a vividly irritating yet utterly compelling character through nothing but her own words. It's a masterclass in how an author can use an unreliable narrator to both advance the plot and reveal profound truths about human nature, religion, and social hypocrisy. Finally, we encounter the profoundly different, almost scientific, voice of Ezra Jennings, the enigmatic medical assistant. His perspective is rational, analytical, deeply empathetic, yet marked by a tragic personal history that lends a profound melancholic wisdom to his. Imagine the Moonstone as the fertile soil from which countless literary seeds sprung forth. Before Collins, mysteries certainly existed, but they often lacked the systematic investigation, the intricate plotting, and the psychological depth that the Moonstone so masterfully introduced. Edgar Allan Poe had given us C. Augusta Dupin, a brilliant precursor, but it was Collins who meticulously formalized many of the tropes we now associate with the golden age of detective fiction. Consider the elements that the Moonstone innovated or perfected: the country house setting as a crucible for crime, confining suspects and clues within a defined space; the red herring, a misleading clue or character designed to divert suspicion; the amateur detective Franklin Blake working alongside, or even in spite of, professional law enforcement Sergeant Cuff; the unreliable narrator, whose biased perspective both entertains and complicates the search for truth; the detailed, almost forensic examination of clues, from smeared paint to footprints; and the intricate, often convoluted plot that demands careful attention and deduction from the reader. Collins created a blueprint. This blueprint was enthusiastically adopted and refined by subsequent masters. Arthur Conan Doyle, for instance, openly acknowledged his debt to Collins. One cannot read the meticulous deductions of Sherlock Holmes without seeing the shadow of Sergeant Cuff, particularly Cuff's almost botanical precision in observing the world and his methodical approach to unraveling seemingly intractable problems. The very structure of many Holmes stories, where disparate clues are brought together by a brilliant mind to reveal a hidden truth, echoes Collins' narrative architecture. Then there's the entire tradition of the locked room mystery and its variations, where a crime seems impossible given the circumstances. While the Moonstone isn't strictly a locked room mystery, the central puzzle of how the gem vanished and who took it, despite constant vigilance, shares the same intellectual challenge. Agatha Christie, another titan of the genre, consistently employed the country house setting, the ensemble cast of suspects, and the clever deployment of red herrings that were hallmarks of Collins' work. Her detectives, Hercule Poirot and Miss Marple, are direct descendants of the keen observers and methodical thinkers that populate the Moonstone. A practical exercise to follow this call to action: create your own Moonstone-inspired reading list. Begin with Collins' other works, like The Woman in White, which also masterfully employs multiple narrators and intricate plotting. Then branch out to early Conan Doyle, perhaps A Study in Scarlet or The Hound of the Baskervilles, paying close attention to how Holmes and Watson's methods parallel those of Collins' investigators. Move on to Agatha Christie, perhaps And Then There Were None or The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, and try to identify the specific narrative devices, character types, or plot structures that you recognize as having their roots in the Moonstone. Challenge yourself to read at least one of these novels, actively identifying and noting the direct influences and innovations that connect them to Collins' pioneering work. You'll begin to see the grand sweep of literary history unfolding before you, one mystery at a time. Finally, our fourth and perhaps most enduring call to action, dear listener, is to carry the detective mindset beyond the pages of the Moonstone and apply it to your daily life. This isn't about solving grand conspiracies, but about fostering a deeper, more engaged way of interacting with the world around you. The detective mindset, as exemplified by Sergeant Cuff or the inquisitive Franklin Blake, is fundamentally about critical thinking, observation, and pattern recognition. It's about not taking things at face value, asking incisive questions, seeking corroborating evidence, and being open to challenging your initial assumptions. It's about looking for the why behind the what. Let the story, in its very structure, acts as a training ground for critical thinking, an invaluable skill applicable to every facet of modern life, from deciphering political discourse to evaluating scientific claims. However, despite these profound benefits, common psychological barriers often prevent us from engaging with literature, or with the world, in this deep, detective mindset way. Understanding these barriers is the first step to overcoming them. One of the most prevalent is confirmation bias. This is our natural human tendency to seek out, interpret, and remember information in a way that confirms our pre-existing beliefs or hypotheses. In the Moonstone, characters like Miss Clack perfectly exemplify this, twisting every event to fit her religious dogma. As readers, we too can fall prey to this, latching onto an early suspect and then subconsciously filtering all subsequent evidence to support our initial gut feeling, rather than remaining open to contradictory information. To overcome this, we must consciously cultivate intellectual humility and a willingness to be proven wrong. Another barrier is the availability heuristic. This is our tendency to rely heavily on the most immediate examples or information that come to mind when making judgments or decisions. In a mystery, this might mean focusing only on the most dramatic or recently presented clue, while overlooking less prominent but equally crucial details. We might dismiss a character as insignificant because they haven't been central to the immediate plot, rather than considering their potential indirect involvement. Countering this requires a disciplined effort to consider all available information, not just what is most accessible or emotionally resonant. Cognitive overload is also a significant barrier. In an information-rich narrative like The Moonstone, with its multiple narrators, numerous characters, and intricate timelines, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. Our brains naturally seek shortcuts, simplifying complex information, which can lead to missing crucial details or misinterpreting connections. To combat this, we need to approach such narratives with an active, rather than passive, mindset. Taking notes, creating character maps, or simply pausing to reflect and synthesize information can mitigate the effects of cognitive overload, allowing for deeper comprehension. Then there's the often unconscious fear of being wrong. In a detective story, part of the pleasure comes from trying to solve the mystery ourselves. But if we fear making the wrong deduction, we might shy away from actively engaging, preferring to simply be told the answer. This fear stifles intellectual curiosity and inhibits the development of our deductive reasoning skills. The detective mindset, conversely, embraces errors as learning opportunities, recognizing that false leads are often necessary steps on the path to truth. Finally, there's the pervasive comfort of passive consumption versus the challenge of active engagement. In an age of endless content, it's easy to allow stories to wash over us without truly interacting with them. Active engagement, however, demands effort, questioning, analyzing, connecting, predicting. This is where the true rewards of literature lie, and where the lessons of a master like Wilkie Collins truly embed themselves. We must consciously choose to be participants in the narrative, not just spectators. The philosophical implication here is profound. The truth, particularly in complex human affairs, is rarely simple or monolithic. It is often a composite of perspectives, a collection of fragmented clues, and a synthesis of often contradictory evidence. The Moonstone doesn't just entertain, it educates us in the epistemology of truth, teaching us that achieving understanding requires diligent inquiry, a skeptical eye, and an openness to the messy, multifaceted nature of reality. It warns against superficial judgments and the allure of convenient narratives, encouraging us to dig deeper, to question the obvious, and to piece together the evident. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.